Smoke up, that's in the blend. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't touch the boy that I'm in. Rock with the up for events. Skin kept close to you, plotting on them with the tits on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Never keep it real in the ends. Never leave crib where the ends. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend. Being like them, never keep it real in my face or the car with snakes. Watch them fade from my wave, they cut. That's so deep, if they don't teach. Don't feel it was like I was driving on none.
Does anybody even listen to this kind of shit anymore?
What do you mean?
This isn't real music. Hip-hop is dead. Dead. Nobody knows how to make real music anymore. Dead. Dead. Dead.
Flashback, what you got, man, didn't even crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the boy got only when he cracked that. Man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. To the game on the head, it's all mad at, mad at, mad at.
हसीना थी, पेटी से निकली बाहर,
एक
दीवाना था।
वेल प्लेड, ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहे, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ।
हाँ।
भाई मेरी जुबान में मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता।
क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है?
बताओ क्या, अच्छे से पूछो ना।
मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी।
करो ना ऐसा।
हेलो दोस्तों, तो अभी हम खेलने वाले हैं बॉक्सेस ऑफ लाइज और इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है क्योंकि हमें एक दूसरे को करना है ब्लफ। इसके अंदर एक चीज होने वाली है जो सामने वाले को बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता है वो क्या है। अब मैं जैसी वो चीज निकालूंगा सामने वाले को या तो मैं पूरा सच बोलूंगा या मैं पूरा झूठ बोलूंगा क्योंकि मुझे सामने वाले को करना है ब्लफ। अब इस गेम में कौन जीतता है और कौन ब्लफ करता है आओ देखते हैं। चलो फिर शुरू कर ही देते हैं।
करो मुकाबला शुरू। आ जाओ।
फौजी भाई
बोलो भाई।
जीत पाओगे?
बिल्कुल।
मैंने देख लिया मेरे में
डर लग रहा है क्या आपको?
बहुत टाइम बाद तुमसे बाहर 1v1 हो रहा है। आज तो तुम गए दोस्त।
देखते हैं ये दीवार ने बचा रखा तुमको।
दोस्त ये चेहरा देख रहे हो, ऐसा ब्लफ मारूंगा ना तुम पहचान नहीं पाओगे कि सच।
देखते हैं कौन किसको ब्लफ मारता है कौन किसको नहीं।
लेट्स गो।
आग बंद करो, अच्छे से करो ना।
बंद है मेरी।
ठीक है।
बटन बटन की आगे खुली हुई है।
अरे यार देखो मत यार, तुम वो कर रहे हो। आगे बंद करो।
बंद है।
अभी निकाला नहीं है।
आपकी आंखें खराब है मैं बता रहा हूँ।
ओए ये क्या दे दिया?
ऐसा क्या दे दिया?
अभी नहीं।
चलो यार जल्दी करो यार, तुम बहुत टाइम लगा रहे हो जोंटी भाई। कितना स्लो यार।
ये चीज बहुत खतरनाक है भाई। फौजी भाई।
यस। ऐसा क्या है? सदमे में आ गया अब तो।
एक
हसीना थी?
नहीं।
पेटी से निकली बाहर?
एक
दीवाना था?
तीनों चीजें बोलनी है ना।
कौन है?
अरे रुक जा दोस्त।
कौन है? देखो कौन है वो, कहाँ से वो आया?
एक गन है।
बंदूक है?
हाँ।
छोटी बड़ी?
छोटी है।
तो गेम की है बाहर की है?
गेम की ही है ये।
ओके।
और इसका एक छल्ला है। छल्ला होता ना वो,
पीछे
गोली।
ओके।
और एक है इसमें बतख। ये है।
ये जो बंदूक है ये छोटी बंदूक है गेम वाली है बड़ी बंदूक है?
गेम की छोटी है बट यहाँ पे रियल में बड़ी है।
ओके।
एक और चीज यार, इस बंदूक के ऊपर कुछ लपेटा हुआ है इन्होंने।
इसके ऊपर लपेटा हुआ है? क्या लपेटा हुआ है?
लाइट।
लाइट को लपेट दिया बंदूक के ऊपर?
हाँ।
कैसी बातें कर रहे हो आप?
लाइट लपेटा एकदम, मतलब लग रहा है कि चमक रही है बंदूक इस टाइम।
तो बताया नहीं आपने, छोटी बंदूक है बड़ी बंदूक है। ये 1 शॉट होने वाली है, 2 शॉट होने वाली है, लॉन्ग रेंज शॉर्ट रेंज।
1 टैप बंदूक होने वाली है।
ये 1 टैप है। डेजर्ट ईगल की बात कर रहे हो क्या?
ये डेजर्ट ईगल की बात है।
अच्छा सच बोल रहे हो?
देखो दिखती तो डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी ही है
यार आप बार बार स्टेटमेंट चेंज कर देते हो ना, तो मैं ऐसा डाउट होता है सच बोल रहे हो झूठ बोल रहे हो क्या बोल रहे
नहीं
हो?
सही में डेजर्ट ईगल जैसी है।
पक्का?
हाँ
100% श्योर?
G18 भी कह सकते हो तुम इसको।
देखो कहीं फिर टीजी टूर्नामेंट से बाहर हो रही हो।
नहीं ये है।
पक्का यकीन कर लूं? और फिर ये सबके सामने झूठ निकली तो नहीं निकलेगी? श्योर? जोंटी की जुबान? चलो डेजर्ट ईगल मैंने लॉक करी, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए फिर तो।
डेजर्ट ईगल
आपने बोला ना डेजर्ट ईगल है, बात उसी पे हुई है, तो डेजर्ट ईगल होनी चाहिए।
पक्का?
जोंटी की जुबान है ना? देखते जोंटी की
जुबान नहीं,
अबे जुबान पे आऊंगा ना
आई ये गेम ही ब्लफ करने का है भाई यार।
मैंने जुबान पे
नहीं भाई मेरी जुबान पे मत जाओ, ये ब्लफ करने का गेम है।
मैं वैसे ही नहीं जाता।
बस अब बोलो।
तो ये जो एलिमेंट रहने वाले तीनों साथ में या अलग अलग है?
साथ ही है।
एक गेम का हो गया ये, मान लो अपनी बंदूक।
हाँ।
उसके बाद 2 आपने क्या बताए थे?
एक बतख है।
एक बतख है?
पीली सी
बतख तो पीली होती है।
और एक गोली का छल्ला।
गोली का छल्ला।
एमो।
चलो आप सच बोल रहे हो,
मैं
दिखा दो।
लॉक करो।
लॉक कर दो।
पहचान लिया। बढ़िया।
अरे अभी कहाँ? हार कबूल कर ली थी जल्दी। क्या लगता है जोंटी भाई? इजी? पक्का जीत पाओगे?
तुम्हारे एक्सप्रेशन से समझ जाऊँ यार।
ऐसी बात है? खोल दो पिटारा। पक्का? आँख नहीं खुलनी चाहिए। ये क्या झांक रहे हो आप? क्या झांक रहे हो आप?
बड़ी चीज है, फंस गई डब्बे में। दोस्त ये तो कोई बड़ी चीज है।
चीज बड़ी होती है और चीज खतरनाक होती है, छोटी चीजें हम यूज ही नहीं करते।
चलो
ये देखो, ये चीजें रहने वाली है। क्या गैस कर पाओगे? खोल लो आके यार, क्यों घबरा रहे हो? मौत को देख के घबरा रहे हो क्या? ऐसे ही आवाज आएगी। चलो गैस करें, सच बोलो झूठ बोलूं?
तुम्हारी मर्जी, जिसमें तुम अच्छे हो।
मैं दोनों में अच्छा हूँ।
हाँ तो दोनों कर लो। चलो
मैं जीत में एक्सपीरियंस रखता हूँ, तो मैं जीतना चाहूंगा।
ये तो वहम है मेरे भाई।
वहम तो भी देखा था ना, बतख बंदूक चल गई बंदूक।
तो वहम है मेरे
चलो
भाई।
चीज बोलता हूँ, समझना, समझ गया नहीं समझ पाए नहीं समझ पाए। 3 चीज बोलता हूँ। पहली चीज पेंसिल जैसा कुछ है। दूसरी चीज ग्लोब, समझ गए, मैप। तीसरी चीज गेम का कैरेक्टर। अब ये नहीं बताऊंगा कौन सा कैरेक्टर होने वाला है। 3 चीज गैस कर दिया।
क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा ना मैं तो।
पूछो ना, मतलब कैरेक्टर थोड़ी बता पाऊंगा, लेकिन पूछोगे तब भी डायरेक्ट बता दूंगा ये चीज है।
गेम का कैरेक्टर कौन सा है?
गेम का कैरेक्टर है माफिया का फेवरेट।
पेंसिल जैसे दिखने वाली चीज क्या है?
पेंसिल देखने वाली चीज वो है जिससे हम लिख सकते हैं।
आए? ग्लोब में क्या दिख रहा है?
ग्लोब में मैप।
कौन सा मैप?
फ्री फायर का। क्या हो गया जोंटी भाई, नहीं हो पा रहा क्या?
तुम्हें लग रहा है कि तुम जीत रहे हो, है ना?
मैं जीत ही रहा हूँ और मैं राउंड जीत भी चुका हूँ।
गोल गोल घूमने वाला ग्लोब है?
ग्लोब कैसे घूमता है?
या फिर वो ऐसे चिपका हुआ रखा हुआ है?
गोल गोल ग्लोब तो गोल गोल ही घूमता है।
गोल गोल वाला है?
ऐसे ना मुझे तुम देखो,
सीने से लगा लूंगा। यार तुम्हें सीने से लगाने का मन कर रहा,
कोई नहीं।
एक्सप्रेशन ऐसा आ रहा है।
जीत के लगाएंगे अपन।
एक तो ऐसे आंखें घूर घूर के देखनी पड़ रही है।
मैं तो सोया भी नहीं हूँ।
पानी आ गया दोस्त आंखों में से।
इतना जल्दी मत रो यार।
तुम्हारी आंखों में दिख रहा है दोस्त।
क्या दिख रहा है यार?
यार
मोहब्बत आपके लिए होनी चाहिए। सोचो यार, तुम तो बहुत टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हो। इतना कौन करता है? बहुत मतलब मौका देता हूँ, एक 1v1 का फिर मुकाबला आगे करते हैं।
पेंसिल, कैरेक्टर,
पेंसिल, गेम का कैरेक्टर और एक ग्लोब। ग्लोब के ऊपर एक मैप।
चलो ठीक है, डिसाइड कर लिया।
बोलो।
सच बोल रहे हो?
सच बोल रहा हूँ। दिखा दूँ ऑडियंस? भाई यार तुम तो हार चुके हो। तुम्हारा क्या गेस था? ये रहा आपका ग्लोब, ये रही आपकी पेंसिल और गेम का कैरेक्टर देखो, खुद को देखो। ये ग्रेनेड होने वाला है, ये आपका ताज और ये।
वेल प्लेड, सही बोला किया भाई तुमने।
डर मत, इनसे हल्का हाथ रखूंगा।
नहीं
देख सकते
गेम की तरह नहीं है ये।
कोई बात
यहाँ पे इजी, उधर भी इजी गेम में।
ठीक है,
खोलूं मैं?
खोलो खोलो।
दिखाई तो नहीं दे रही है ना भाई?
नहीं,
ये तुम दोनों से बेस्ट आया भाई।
सच बोलूं या झूठ बोलूं?
जो तू अच्छा कर सके।
एक गेम की कैरेक्टर है, कैरेक्टर जैसा ही है, और एक चीज भी गेम का एक पार्ट है, और एक चीज गेम में लगे हुए हैं।
तीनों चीजें गेम के हिस्से
गेम के मैप के अंदर बैटल रोल में।
करेक्टर हमारा प्लेइंग करेक्टर है, गन है?
गन नहीं है
गन एक भी नहीं है इनमें से।
ना, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
तो करेक्टर का थोड़ा एट्रीब्यूट होता है, जो प्रेजेंट उनका एट्रीब्यूट होता है।
एट्रीब्यूट कुछ भी हो सकता है।
मतलब कुछ कैसे दिखता है, कुछ तो बता दोस्त।
एडम
ये फंस गया है।
दिखता लड़की जैसा है।
और बाकी दो चीजें क्या है, थोड़ा थोड़ा बताओ।
बाकी और एक चीज है जो गेम में हम यूज करते हैं,
यूज करते हैं,
उठा के
ये सही बोला दोस्त तूने। ये तो कंफ्यूजिंग था।
हम यूज करते हैं उसको।
हर मैप में यूज होता है हमारे।
हाँ, हर मैप में यूज होता है।
वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड।
सबर करो, इतना जल्दबाजी।
वेल प्लेड दोस्त, वेल प्लेड।
करेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
कैरेक्टर कितना बड़ा है?
हाँ।
एवरेज साइज का है।
ये तो बहुत सही बोला तू। एवरेज साइज का।
सच बोल रहा
सच है।
है। लड़का था लड़की थी वो करेक्टर था?
लड़की।
लड़की, लड़की है। और बाकी जो चीजें हम गेम में यूज करते हैं।
हाँ।
तो ये मीली वेपन है या फिर गन है?
मिले वेपन है।
मीली वेपन है। बड़ा है छोटा है?
एवरेज है,
वही
एवरेज है,
एवरेज टाइप ही है।
एवरेज
गेम प्ले भी एवरेज ही है।
एवरेज है। तो इंडिया कप में पता चल जाएगा यार।
तो मैच के अंदर ही पता चल जाएगा।
तीसरे के बारे में थोड़ा सा और डिटेल्स बताओ।
तीसरी वो है, एक प्लांट्स टाइप का है।
प्लांट्स टाइप का है?
हाँ,
बुश
plant
मतलब
जो गेम में यूज करते हैं हम। तो क्या हो सकता है?
गेम में यूज करते हैं प्लांट। मशरूम टाइप कैसे?
कुछ भी हो सकता है यूज, तो हम
ए पूरा मत बता।
नहीं, झूठ बोल
कैरेक्टर का भी यूज।
अबे मशरूम लगा ले बोल देना।
हम मशरूम लगा।
मशरूम लगा ले।
झूठ बोल रहा हूँ?
रहा है। हाँ, मेरे को लग रहा है झूठ बोल रहा है, तेरी आंखों से लग रहा है।
आंखों से झूठ, पर सच बोल रहा हूँ तो
पता चल जाएगा ना तो मेरे को।
नहीं, सोच लो अभी।
अरे भाई,
बाद में फिर खुद को बुरा
नहीं कोई नहीं लगेगा, रिग्रेट नहीं करता मैं।
रिग्रेट नहीं करता।
हम बुरा नहीं मानते।
गेम में रिग्रेट कर दोगे आप।
अरे दिखाओ ना भाई।
भाई तो हार गया, देखो ये क्या है।
नाइस नाइस
सच बोल रहा था मैं भाई।
नाइस नाइस, वेल प्लेड।
आंखों से झूठ बोल पाऊंगा, बट रियलिटी रियलिटी है।
सही है, वेल प्लेड। कुछ तो हैवी सामान है।
माफिया, ये जरा इसको ना ऐसे रखियो बहुत सा, मुझे भी नहीं दिखने नहीं कवर।
ओ
स्ट्रेटेजी लगाएंगे ना।
आके बंदा, चलो फेयर प्ले।
खोलूं?
अभी
ना ना
तो
ना,
निकाल रहा हूँ।
अभी कहाँ।
बंद आके?
हाँ बंद है।
हाँ निकाल लो, बस 1 मिनट।
देख रहे हैं तो इंडिया
खोलूं
सब।
मैं?
नहीं नहीं
खोलो खोलो, आके खोलो। ये तो कुछ खतरनाक सा है भाई, क्या चीज़ है ये? कौन सा जानवर है? जानवर का नाम मेरे को याद है।
चालू हो गया ये।
एक तो जानवर, इसका नाम है राइनो। राइनो बोलते हैं, इसका सींग रहता है। एक राइनो है। एक मेकअप सामान है।
ठीक है।
मेकअप का वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो आँख के नीचे लगाते हैं?
क्या?
लड़की लगाते हैं आँख के नीचे।
हाँ।
एक वो है। और एक ये चीज़ क्या है, इसको क्या बोलते हैं?
याद नहीं आ रहा है क्या भाई?
नहीं, रबड़ रबड़, हाँ रबड़।
रबर।
हाँ रबर।
रबर, ठीक है।
छोटे से रबड़ जरा,
हम्म।
थोड़ा सा ट्रायंगल शेप का है।
स्कूल में जो यूज करते हैं।
हाँ वही वही।
ये जो राइनो बोले कितना बड़ा है?
राइनो थोड़ा सा मतलब भयानक दिख रहा है।
हेवी।
हाँ हैवी।
जो लड़की यूज करते हैं, कौन सा? लड़की तो बहुत सारे यूज करते हैं आंखों में।
अरे मतलब ब्लैक रंग का रहता है ना, काजल काजल
काजल।
काजल।
ठीक है।
ब्रांड नहीं लिखा बस में।
ब्रांड नहीं?
नहीं
ठीक है। लड़की यूज करती है। गेम का कुछ नहीं है इसमें?
नहीं, गेम का तो ऐसा कुछ लिंक दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को। कुछ और जानना है तो थोड़ा कुछ इस चीज़ के बारे में। जो रबड़ है
सोचता हूँ मैं।
triangle सी है, और उसका रंग है ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर है।
ऑरेंज और ग्रीन का मिक्सचर।
हाँ, थोड़ा मतलब हाफ ऑरेंज और हाफ ग्रीन है सब।
कितना बार यूज करते हो आप दिन में?
रबड़ मैं क्यों करूँ भाई?
पहले कभी
मैं करता ही
यूज नहीं करते?
नहीं,
पेंसिल
क्या नहीं करते ना।
गलती नहीं होती थी ना, रबड़ ही क्यों करूँ यूज़?
यहाँ गलती नहीं होगी ना?
नहीं, बाद में सॉरी बोलते नहीं ना।
सच बोल रहे हो क्या?
वो तो आप बताओगे दोस्त।
डाउट हो रहा है ना भाई?
इंस्टिंक्ट पे जाओ अपनी।
रबर है, आईलाइनर है,
आईलाइनर, हाँ करेक्ट।
या और कुछ है? क्योंकि आईलाइनर के अलावा भी कुछ अलग लगाते हैं।
नहीं नहीं, वो काजल अब मेरे को इतना ब्रीफ नहीं पता, पर वो ब्लैक सा टिप है, उसकी लंबी सी लाइन है वो।
उसका पेन टाइप है।
हाँ, वो पेंसिल रहती है ना लंबी,
हाँ।
बिल्कुल पेंसिल, पेन नहीं पेंसिल, उसमें लंबी हो।
पेंसिल किसे लगाएंगे?
दोस्त आईलाइनर नहीं लगाती लड़की।
सच बोल रहे हो?
कंफर्म कर दूं?
सच बोल रहे हो?
ये लो दोस्त, देखो आईलाइनर, रबड़ और राइनोसर।
दो
3-1 ब्रो।
कोई बात
तीन
नहीं,
एक।
मैं समझा दूं।
इनकी टीम को समझाना पड़ता है हर चीज को।
अरे यार बस यहाँ जीत दी है, खुश हो जाएंगे यहाँ से जाके।
क्या नाम है आपका?
जोएब, तुम्हारा?
वोटा।
एक मार्कर है और एक कैक्टस है और ट्रक एक।
अच्छा, क्या क्या कलर किया है? जो भी मेंशन किए हो।
एक ग्रे कलर का है और एक ग्रीन है, दूसरा भी ग्रीन टाइप है।
छोटे साइज के सब?
असलियत में तो 2 बड़े हैं।
सारे मिले हुए हैं या खट्टे हैं, कैसा है?
वो तो अलग है।
फिर से बोलो, सारे चीज़ के बारे में डिस्क्राइब करो।
एक मार्कर है, एक कैक्टस है, ट्रक है।
बोलो सारे के कलर।
2 ग्रे है, एक ग्रीन है, एक 2 ग्रीन है, एक ग्रे है।
फिर ट्रक कौन सा है, मार्कर कौन सा है?
मार्कर ग्रे है, ट्रक ग्रीन, कैक्टस ग्रीन। बताओ सच है या झूठ है?
झूठ लग रहा है मेरे को।
सच है।
अरे यार, अच्छा कोई नहीं, गुड गेम। अबे तेरी बारी, पकड़ पाएगा?
पकड़ लूंगा, इजी है।
ठीक है, चलते हैं। एक शवल जैसा है, एक फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स, एक पेस्ट्री।
कलर?
ब्लैक ब्लैक ब्लैक, तीनों ब्लैक।
साइज बताओ, साथ में क्या अलग है?
अलग ही है।
वापस बताओ ना, कौन सी है?
पेस्ट्री, शवल, फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स।
एक और बार कलर ही बता दो बस।
सारे ही ब्लैक हैं।
फ्लेवर बता दो और क्या।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट।
ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट वाइट भी होता है, ब्लैक एंड वाइट होता है वो तो।
गेस कर लो।
कर लो, तुम्हारी मर्जी, ट्राई कर लो।
झूठ है।
सच है।
भी
अब करो ना ऐसा।
और बड़ी नाम क्या है आपका? ठीक है भाई, खोल दूँ? ये आग बंद कर लो। एक ग्रेनेड है और एक मुकुट है, क्राउन, और एक आईना है। आईने का गोल्डन है और ग्रेनेड तो ग्रीन ही होता है। वाइट है और उसमें 3 डायमंड लगे। डायमंड क्राउन में। वापस से रिपीट करना, क्या कलर है? क्राउन का वाइट, अरे सॉरी, क्राउन का सिल्वर है, वाइट निकल गया मुझसे। और ग्रेनेड ग्रीन और ये मिरर गोल्डन। सबसे बड़ा ऑब्जेक्ट कौन सा? ग्रेनेड लग रहा है मेरे को। अरे तीनों ही बड़े। नहीं, एक लेंथ में बड़ा है, एक विड्थ में बड़ा है। वापस से रिपीट करना, कौन सी चीज़ है? ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन। ग्रेनेड, मिरर, क्राउन। क्राउन का कलर क्या बोला? सिल्वर। गोल्डन किसका कलर है? मिरर का। हाँ, क्या लगता है, सच बोल रहा हो झूठ बोल रहा हो? मुझे लगता है भाई झूठ बोलता है। क्यों भाई, भरोसा नहीं है? ना, एक ही गेम खेल रहा और भरोसा नहीं है? जाओ फिर भाई, मत करो भरोसा, और क्या। अरे यार, इतना तेज झूठ बोलता है भाई। सच बोला है मैंने।
भाई अपना भी नाम बता दो।
आयुष।
भाई एक घोड़ा है और गोल्ड है,
हाँ,
एक क्लॉक है।
तीनों का कलर बताओ पहले।
ब्लैक है और येलो है और रेड है।
किसका क्या है?
घोड़े का ब्लैक है, येलो है क्लॉक का।
हो गया,
हो गया?
वापिस रिपीट करो।
अरे घोड़े का ब्लैक है, क्लॉक का येलो है।
और गोल्ड का?
किसका? गोल्ड का गोल्ड है भाई।
घोड़ा बड़ा है छोटा है?
छोटा है।
किसके जैसा है?
क्या?
अरे छोटा घोड़ा है ना।
हाँ,
गोल्ड की चेन है कि सिर्फ गोल्ड है थोड़ा?
सिर्फ गोल्ड है।
क्या है मतलब?
नगेट नगेट।
वापिस रिपीट करो पूरा।
गोल्ड है, घोड़ा है, क्लॉक है।
क्लॉक कैसे है?
क्लॉक
बड़ा है छोटा है कैसे?
राउंड छोटा।
छोटा। पता चल गया भाई, झूठ बोल रहे हो।
गैस कर सकते हो, गैस करना है तो।
हाँ, झूठ बोल रहे हो
भाई, पकड़ लिया तूने झूठ देख।
तो भाई तुम उसको देखे बिना बोल रहे हो तो।
गुड गेम भाई।
Burn away. Since I lit the flame, I ain't scared to burn away.
मेरा
नाम फौजिया से है।
मेरा नाम TG माफिया।
Hi guys, I am Ekaka. This is Nancy.
हम थोड़ा टीमों को रैंक करने आए हैं।
According to their performance.
तो ब्रॉन्ज वाली टीमें यहाँ पे देखनी पड़ेगी, कहीं ना कहीं छुपी निकलेंगी।
मेरे को दिख गई।
दिख गई?
यस ब्रो यस।
आज हम बैठे हैं जो टॉप 18 है उन्हें रैंक करना है एक करके। मेरा नाम जोएब है।
आई एम आयुष। आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड। 3 साल से वेट किया है।
माय नेम इज कौशिक मलिक।
My name is Predator. I want to do revenge.
बाकी सब बच्चे हैं तीनों। कीड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ये टीमें कुछ हवा में उड़ रही हैं। इनको लग रहा है कि ग्रैंड मास्टर पे जाके बैठेंगे। इनको बैठा देंगे, पोजीशन करते हैं कहाँ बैठाने हैं। चल माफिया शुरू करते हैं। कहाँ पे ढूंढनी तो पड़ेगी। मिल गई क्या तेरे को? इसमें तो वही प्लेयर है जिसको तासियो चाहिए शायद।
यस यस प्लैटिनम आई गेस।
मेहनत कर रहे हैं यार, डाल दे चल तू। तूने कहा प्लेटिनम, तेरी सुन लेते हैं पहले तो। प्लेटिनम पे रखते हैं इनको। जो मेरी टीममेट है, इनकी टीममेट है, एक्स टीममेट है, तो कुछ अंदर की बातें ऐसी बता रखी हैं जिसके कारण हम इनको प्लेटिनम में रखना चाहेंगे।
हमें पता है कुछ इनके बारे में सब कुछ।
पता तो सबके बारे में है, बस राज कब खुलने वाले हैं वो देखने वाली बात है। इसकी अगर मैं बात करता हूँ गोल्ड लैग की, कभी तो रहेंगे बोर्ड के टेबल पे, कभी रहेंगे टेबल टॉप पे। ब्रॉन्ज पे रख दूं,
हीरोइक पे रख
करते हैं, बीच में करते हैं।
उनका सिनर्जी बहुत अच्छा सेट है। उनके सारे रशर का स्नाइपर के कवर में खेलते हैं तो उनका पूरा कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है।
टीम अच्छी है, इसके प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं और टीममेट जो है वो मेरे दोस्त भी रहने वाले हैं। लेकिन जो इसका ओनर है ना, और का अभी उसने बीच में कुछ ऐसा माहौल खराब कर दिया, तो मैं यहाँ पे लगाता हूँ।
ऑक्टोबॉक्स कौन सी टीम है?
ये भाई है ना सारे।
बस हमारे इनसे फाइट होती रहती है तो हम इनसे मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं।
इस टीम की अगर हम बात करें, इसको कुछ सुनने में आया मेरे को, अगर वो चीज सच्चाई है तो शायद मैं इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे रखना
तो फिर ये इस लिस्ट में भी रहना डिजर्व नहीं करता अगर वो चीज सच है।
अगर वो चीज सच है तो शायद ये लिस्ट से बाहर हो जाएंगे 18 से। इनका पता ही नहीं है तो इनको थोड़ा लिस्ट से थोड़ा दूर रखते हैं, इनके बारे में आइडिया ही नहीं है। तो शायद अंडरडॉग से आ रही है टीम, शायद इसलिए हम इनको नहीं जानते। तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम अच्छा खेलेगी तो हमें भी खुश होगी उस चीज को। डायमंड रखना चाहिए हमें,
क्योंकि हमारे इनसे क्लैशेस होते हैं 2-3 जगह, तो हम वो मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं। तो फिर भी हमने इनको डायमंड दे दिया।
एंड बोंटी भाई हमारे रह गए तो वो डायमंड है तो डायमंड पे रख देंगे। चाहे बचते हैं, डांस करते हैं, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, नाचने का शौक है मुझे लग रहा है उनको, तो डेफिनेटली उनको नचाएंगे। मेरे को सुनने में आया था कि इनका जो प्लेयर रहने वाला है कर्मा, उसको शायद कुछ ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो गया था, उसके बावजूद भी वो गेम खेल रहा था ना, तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम ग्रैंड मास्टर में डिजर्व कर रही है।
उनकी डेडिकेशन ही बस उनको क्वालिफाई कराई है।
मतलब ये टीम अंडरडॉग से आ रही है और मेहनत कर रही है काफी ज्यादा। होप पूरा अच्छा खेलेंगे लोग। इसके बारे में बोलना ही नहीं है कुछ, ये बोलने लायक ही नहीं है।
बाकी जो है वो तो आपको दिख ही जाएगा मैचेस में। अब
R&T ये अच्छी टीम है, मेहनत करती है बराबर। लोगों ने सुना होगा कि स्नाइपर गोड होते हैं, बट हमारे पास में डेविल है। डेविल ये तुम्हारे हाथ में रहेगी।
दे डिजर्व ग्रैंड मास्टर।
कहते हैं ना, टीम टोटल गेमिंग, हर किसी को घी हजम नहीं होता।
अपनी तरफ हम बोल के नहीं करेंगे, गेम दिखा के ही करेंगे जो भी है।
तो हम नीचे से ऊपर जाना चाहिए वहाँ पे, क्या कहना चाहिए?
हम खुद को ब्रोंज पे रखेंगे, हम खुद अपना बोल के नहीं, हम अपने गेम से यहाँ जाएंगे।
टीम टाइकून्स का मैं एक्चुअली मेंटोर रहने वाला हूँ, तो इस टीम को बिल्ड भी मैंने किया था। और जिस प्रकार से टीम खेल रही है, जैसा आपने बताया, यंग ब्लड रहने वाले हैं, जिस प्रकार से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अनबिलीवेबल है। बस इनका गेम जिस दिन चलता है तो सामने कोई टिकता नहीं। इनको हम रखना चाहिए हीरो पे, क्योंकि ये अपना हीरो वाला काम करते हैं, अपने काम का मतलब रखते हैं, गेम प्ले में फोकस,
और किसी को चुल नहीं काटते हैं। सो मैं रिस्पेक्ट टू भाई गॉड्स गेम।
नॉन स्टॉप गेमिंग को देखना चाहिए कैमरा पे। जो इनके ओनर हैं वो मेरे खास दोस्त हैं। इनकी टीम भी अच्छा खेल रही है, मेहनत कर रही है, बट थोड़े बहुत टीम बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो बहुत रास्ता भटक जाते हैं, और वो डेफिनेटली एनजी भाई इनको बहुत अच्छे से गाइड करेंगे बच्चों को, और इनको लेके जाएंगे तो एनजी भाई के लिए ऊपर हम ग्रैंड मास्टर कर देंगे। तो इनको तो मेरे ख्याल से ग्रैंड मास्टर से ऊपर ग्रैंड मास्टर नहीं होता क्या?
यहाँ पे चढ़ाना चाहिए इनको तो भाई, बीच में कर देते, क्योंकि उनके पास एक इंटरनेशनल कोच है जो उनकी पूरी गेम तैयारी करता है। चल गए तो चल गए, बहुत गंदा मारेंगे, और नहीं चलो फिर बॉटम पे ही रहेंगे। इसलिए इनको हम एवरेज में ही रखते हैं, नीचे और बीच में। ये लोग भी डिजर्व करते हैं ग्रैंड मास्टर और हीरोइक के बीच में।
आपको पता है कि जब एक्सपीरियंस किसी टीम के पास में रहता है तो वो टीम प्लस पॉइंट पे रहती है, बट ये स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करके आ रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद भी इतना अच्छा खेला, और एक्सपीरियंस टीम भी बाहर हुई है इसके अंदर काफी ज्यादा। अगर मैं बात करूँ टफर कॉम्पिटिशन की हमारी, तो 2 रहने वाले हैं। एक रहने वाली टीम टोटल गेमिंग, एक रहने वाली टीम टाइकून्स।
और अगर हमें खुद को हटाना है तो सेकंड पे हम रखेंगे गॉड लेक को, क्योंकि गॉड लेक अभी इस टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा खेली है इस मेटा में। सो डेफिनेटली ये दोनों टीमें बहुत अच्छा कॉम्पिटिशन देंगे हमें।
Non-stop gaming.
Where to keep this bro?
Heroic.
Heroic.
என்ன கேட்டா அவன் கேட்டா என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா இருக்கு, சூப்பரா ஆடுவாங்க. So they will play good and they having more firepower equal to us. So we are keeping non-stop gaming here.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், அப்புறம் ஜோன் ரொட்டேஷன் நல்லா இருக்கும். கார்னேட்டட் ஆர்மி எப்பவுமே தேர்ட் பார்ட்டில தான் இருக்காங்க. 4 vs 4 எப்பவுமே லாஸ்ட் தான். ஸோ அதனால சில்வர்.
They can't do 4v4 with us, so they will come with third party only. So we are keeping him in silver. In last Free Fire video, we saw that BB NMR banded. He say he is easy to take class with us. In last tournament, we landed in Refinery. We beated them. Then next map also they will clash with us, but they didn't come. But they are saying he is easy to clash with us. So we keeping him is here 18. ஓ அதுக்கு அது இதே
ஓகே பிளாட்டினம்.
This is my ex team, Autobots Esports. Now we are playing for Godlike. PN one more team having. They play for Autobots Esports. Now they are not performing like us. They will be in platinum.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ வர கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர் இருந்தது, அவங்க கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லா வருவாங்க. அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், பட் ஃபைனல்ஸில் பர்ஃபார்ம் வந்து கம்மியாக தான் இருக்கும். இந்த FFMICல பார்க்கலாம் ஃபைனல்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு.
This is also third party team. Whenever we will fight, they will come back and they will stab us and do anything in last zone fight. They are equal to us almost. They are doing recent tournaments good.
அவங்களோட புது டீம் நல்லா இருக்கு, நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர். லாஸ்ட் டைம் அவங்க சாம்பியன் ஆனாங்க ஒரு டோர்னமெண்ட்டில், அதுவும் FFMICல நல்லா குவாலிஃபை ஆகிட்டு வராங்க. கம்பேக் ஐ திங்க்.
They are in downfall before 1 month. Now they are playing in boot camp. They are playing in good way. So I am keeping them in here.
For diamond. லாஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கிற டோர்னமெண்ட் டிடோமாவில் வந்து நல்லா ஆடினாங்க. பூயா நல்லா அடிப்பாங்க, அதிகமாக பூயா அங்கே தான் மேக்ஸிமம்.
They will only consider it for Booyah, so I am keeping them in diamond.
ஃபைனல்ஸ் எப்போவுமே ஃபைனல்ஸ் வந்து ரெவனட் எக்ஸ்பார்க் டீம் வந்து நல்லாவே ப்ளே பண்ணோம். அவங்களோட பூயா கில்ஸ் எல்லாமே நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
These two are so good teams, so I make them in Grandmaster. Godlike should be top of these two teams. This 18 teams itself, so I am keeping Godlike here. Godlike Esports is in Grandmaster. Last 7 months we are the number 1 team. Definitely we will win this, so I am keeping here.
Because we are best.
They are playing good really.
RG Reckoning Esports week 1 week 2 ரெண்டுத்துலையும் நல்லா பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க.
We are keeping them in heroic. They are average team, so I am keeping here.
என்ன சொல்ற?
நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க, ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இல்லை, அந்த மாதிரி தான் சொல்லி முடிச்சு விடுவோம்.
ஓகே, அவங்கக்கிட்ட ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை, பட்டு ஃபயர் பவர் ஓகே, ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லாயிருக்கும், பட் ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை. ஐஜிஎல் மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்ல டீமாக வருவாங்க.
They are not concentrating in strategies. They are only doing rotation like that. They are coming only third party like that. We want to take proper 4v4. They want to improve a lot, so I keeping them in down.
அவங்க 4v4 ஃபைட்டில் கொஞ்சம் வீக்கு தான். ஜோன்லேயே நிறைய சுற்றுவாங்க, ஜோனை விட்டு கொஞ்சம் உள்ளே வந்து ப்ளே பண்ணலாம், அப்போயாச்சும் இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வீக் 2ல் வந்து மேட்ச் 3க்கு 7 பாயிண்ட் நம்ம தான் இருந்தாங்க. அடுத்த 3 மேட்ச் கம்பேக் கொடுத்து நல்லா வந்தாங்க.
Week 2 they are almost got eliminated. First 3 matches they got 7 points like that. Next 3 match he got almost 50 above points and they got selected, so I keeping there in platinum. Now only they started team. We know how they will play in this tournament only. We didn't saw properly, so I am keeping them in here.
அவங்க 4v4ல வீக்காக தான் இருப்பாங்க, அவங்களும் ஸ்ட்ராங் கிடையாது. இதுக்கு மேலே அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும். அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்லா அதிகமாக இருந்தது, இப்போ ரொம்பவே கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
Past 2 months
So far, we have seen 4 incredible teams secure their spots in the grand finals of the Clash Squad mode. And now the excitement continues as we shift our focus to the Battle Royale stage, where 2 more teams will punch their tickets to the finals. With many of the top tier squads having already qualified, today presents a golden opportunity for the remaining contenders. The pressure may be slightly eased, but make no mistake, every team knows what's at stake and no one's holding back. Stay tuned as we are going to bring you action, strategy, and unforgettable moments right here on TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. This is me, Tanya. Alongside me, it is no other than Azora. How are you today, and what do you think about today?
I'm doing really good, specifically if I talk about the way things have happened in the past. I mean, yesterday itself, it was a really nice situation out there. I got my 50% prediction right. I was super happy. And at the way clashes are happening currently, looking at the way, yet again, a couple of spots are out there to go ahead and check for the teams who are going to reach towards the grand finals. It's definitely going to be very heated, but I know for a fact that teams are going to have a really good time. Nonetheless, I'm expecting more clashes, more drop clashes alongside teams just going ham against each other. So that's one of the expectations that I'm bringing on table today. And tomorrow will be another fun bout, but all of the focus currently at a specific day, which is right now, right here, that's going to be even more fun.
Absolutely, and the fun has not yet started, because if we talk about whatever has happened by far, we'll explain you each and every bit of it, because it has been a very long journey for each and every player to be able to reach to this stage of the tournament. Talking about the entire league stage of Battle Royale, we had week 1, week 2, and now we are in week 4 today. Yesterday we did get 4 teams who got qualified for Clash Squad mode, but talking about Battle Royale today it's week 4 day number 1, where we are going to have our 2 teams who are going to qualify towards grand finals, and there are only 2 teams who are going to qualify. So yes, stakes are high, there's no question there. Opportunity is sleek, there's no question there. But then Azora, tomorrow is a big day as well, because 6 teams still have a room of opportunity to go ahead and qualify for grand finals.
Exactly, and if you talk about week number 4, top 2 teams still are yet to go ahead and discover the kind of confidence that they need. It's been lacking since so many tier 1 teams, so that's where they have to start focusing upon. If they get the top 2 slot, it's amazing, but tomorrow will be one of the places where I would say it's a bed of roses, where you have to just perform, you have to outsmart the others, and right now the stakes are extremely high for them to get the top 2 positions. So I'm expecting teams to buckle up alongside showcase a lot of fun strategies.
Well, talking about strategies, one of the format is more or less of a superior strategy, which is none other than Champion Rush format. In the Grand Finals day, you will have total 10 games, and once any of or every of team which reaches 80 points activates their Champion Rush mode. And if they win the very consecutive map with a booyah, no matter whatever scoreline you are on, you take away the title, the trophy, the moolah, and obviously the bragging rights. But if you do not, then the overall leaderboard will be seen, and the teams having number 1 position will take away the title and the trophy.
Yeah, that's one of the situations where you do not have to go ahead and set your foot into. Just go ahead, be the clean winners, get 80 points alongside the booyah. That's it. That's the work done right there. Else you have to go through all those 10 maps. And these are the teams who are going to be playing top 12 teams, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of us. Week 4, day 1, SATUL, IQ Reckoning, Aerobots Esports, Jaunty Gaming, Godlike Esports, Nightmare Esports, NG Pros, OnePlus God's Reign, Vashishta Esports, Genesis Esports, Autobots Esports, alongside Team Insane Esports. Team Insane Esports alongside Autobots, they have received the golden opportunity to go ahead and perform in this specific week, day 1. And here's another thing, right? The entire point system has already come to a reset.
And yes, you have to make sure you start strong to end strong. Even if you have a little bit of decision making where you just want to survive, go ahead, survive, grab some points, because you get eliminated early on is equal to getting an elimination into entire overall leaderboard. There are no previous points that are going to bring you to certain amount of health or maybe a little bit of peace. And the teams, so there are total 10 teams from which we have already seen playing, but there are 2 teams, Autobots Esports and Team Insane Esports. They have they've already learned a lot in terms of drop points, in terms of rotation, the teams who are going to destroy each other's play style. And these are the team lineup. Talking about SATUL, we have got Liki, Marvel, X Divine, Arsh and Shanku as a substitution. One of the strongest substitution, well, if we say it so well.
True, and moreover, if he's playing today, then I believe the elimination point or the elimination factor from the likes of SATUL will look really nice. So I'm just hoping that Shanku is in the playing 4 today. And if you talk about Aerobots, these individual talents, young lads, they're really good when it comes to those fights. The last moment jitters are not at all seen in them. So I'm expecting a lot from their end as well. Godlike Esports, well, I don't know where their confidence factor is already long gone, and I'm expecting them to reignite it as the CS mode has gone really good from their end. Jaunty Gaming on the other end, they still have that golden opportunity to go ahead and receive the top 2 spot, as Jaunty Gaming has been seen super good, intelligent, and with the kind of information that they have already, specifically with the entire lot of these 12 teams, I believe that they can go ahead and wreak havoc in these 6 maps.
They have done it once. Sure, they didn't qualify in terms of not being able to grab a booyah, but then today stands one more opportunity where they can go. Talking about other teams here, NG Pros. Over here we have Anubhav, Manu struggle. Cropsy is the man to watch out for every single time. He grabs the title of MVP alongside Manu. Then they have Badal as a substitution. 1+ God's Reign, one of the most consistent teams in terms of survival, rotation, and taking the fights in the final circle. Anshu, Predator, Kaushik, Manish, and Wind Smoke. Predator and Kaushik, short 2 players who tend to survive and give revivals to their teammates. Coming towards Vashishta, Swaroop, Patlu, and Tiger. VE Power as well. Patlu is the man to watch out for from my end.
Of course, Patlu being the IGL, he calls in some really good shots. Moreover, the rotations have been looking really nice. And specifically, if I talk about the team overall confidence, it's already there. It's sky high. They themselves stand chance in going ahead and executing things in a really good manner. Specifically, if I talk about week 4, day 1. So that's one of the places where I believe that this team can go ahead and perform. Team Insane Esports, new in the lot. Autobot, yet again, new in the lot. So they're going to take some time in order to understand how well they can perform in this certain map orders as well. That's another thing which is like a trump card. And I'm expecting and I'm hoping at the same time that these teams are going to be set for a really good battle. Plus, they're new, so you never know what they can bring into the mix.
Well, talking about Team Insane in particular, Salu is the man of the match for their particular team. Until he's surviving, until he's fighting, Team Insane is going strong. The moment he collapses, the team collapses entirely. So somewhere around the corner, Salu is the concrete wall to make sure Team Insane stands tall. So Salu should be able to survive a little longer if he's not taking up some fights. But somehow, if he doesn't, there should be a backup plan, which is the player's revival. But now everything is done. Now it's the time which is like very interesting part of the day. We have top 2 caster predictions on our screen right now.
Oh boy, I can see a lot of NG pros coming in. Yes, it's like so many players, so many casters, sorry, pardon my language right there. NG pros, top pick. Then I believe second comes SATUL, third is Jaunty Gaming, and fourth, Godlike. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see whether this prediction game is going to be on point. But I have gone for the safer side. I have chosen NG pros alongside Aiku Reckoning. Aiku Reckoning has not been picked by anyone. And I know for a fact that they are looking pretty confident, specifically Ninja, the way he's hitting his shots and the way he's providing the sniper control. I think that today might be that one day since so many weeks that Aiku Reckoning have the possibility of moving forward.
They are consistent one. A good pick indeed. But my eyes are all upon Lucifer's pick. He has gone for an underdog team. Aerobots. Let's see if they are going to make it in top 2 today. That's going to be an interesting factor for sure, without a doubt. We have a lot of SATUL in the mix. Jaunty Gaming. They are not qualified by the thin air of differences, which is obviously not being able to bag a booyah. But then talking about Godlike and NG Pros, these are the 2 teams which are picked by most of the talents in the predictions. And NG Pros, I mean, see, I'll be very honest about it, Auzora. Godlike and NG Pros had a strong day yesterday, and if they're able to bring that momentum in the Battle Royale mode as well, they should be able to qualify.
You know, there are a lot of situations when it comes to CS versus BR. In BR, there are like so many teams that can go ahead and keep calling in those shots. And if I talk about the team comparison, it is screaming volumes that SATUL, they can contest against Jaunty Gaming. The kind of eliminations that Jaunty Gaming have, yes, we have seen the aggression stance being really good from the online phase right above and alongside it's transitioning towards the league stages as well. And they're at 240 eliminations. And placements, well, that's one of the places where I would talk that SATUL most of the time have been spotted towards the top 4. And Jaunty Gaming, that's what they lack.
Jaunty Gaming, well, it's a good head-to-head comparison where we have seen both the teams. One, if we talk about SHUL, they lag in procuring a booyah. Getting into the podium is not a problem for them, not a concern for them. No matter what, they're able to bring in a good amount of eliminations, reaching towards top 3. But then when it comes to booyah, they lag out. Talking about Team Jaunty Gaming as well, they also stand for the same mistakes, but they both have 4 booyahs on their name. And we should also have a look upon players' head-to-head stats. Which are the players to watch out for the day, and how are they going to perform today? With the little to no difference, we have got 79 eliminations coming in from Nightmares Esports Arjun and 76 from Mannu. We have got Mannu 3 eliminations short, falling short from Arjun. Now that is the team support that is provided to NG Pros Mannu, which is a
Right.
major miss coming in when we talk about Nightmare Esports. 2 strong players, 2 different teams, brings in 2 different stories for each and every team.
And I believe that Manu's aggression recently has gone down, else these numbers would have looked super high. I mean, 76 eliminations so far, yes, it's looking good. And there's one person that I would like to highlight, Sahil. His entirety, his amount of eliminations that he has already procured, moving in towards the final stages, he is still on the top. Nobody is able to defeat that man. And I believe both of these players have that kind of a power to go ahead and get those eliminations alongside get the amount of damage that was equivalent to Sahil. So let's just go ahead and see how well that can also happen. It is a golden opportunity as the map schedule is screaming volumes that things are going to get very unpredictable. Alpine first, Solara next, and Bermuda. Wow. Okay. There's like a vanilla map in the midst of so many different maps.
Well, starting your day off with an Alpine is already an upset to the teams who might have been well preparing for the basic starts or the vanilla start for the day. Alpine is going to bring in a lot of interesting stories. If we talk about any teams, if we talk about any players, we do know the teams who are very comfortable with the map like Bermuda, Kalahari and Purgatory. Now when talking about Alpine, everything gets to an upsetting mode because there are several teams who perform eloquently well when we come to Alpine, and they are a little shaky when we talk about Bermuda, Purgatory. So it brings a good opportunity for the start who are looking forward to create some good numbers on their name. Where on number 1, we have got Team SHL with 2 booyahs on their name, followed with which we have got Vashishta Esports, 1 booyah, and then we do have Godlike Esports on number 3 with 1 booyah. If we talk about eliminations, Team SHUL, there is a good competition cooking.
Well, I'm hoping that they don't go ahead and miss the boat as we can see SHUL, Vashishta, Godlike Esports, they have the kind of confidence in this particular map, which is Alpine, and this is the start. So if the start is good, then of course the kind of momentum that they need will always seem to be really nice for them. And I'm expecting the similar kind of performance moving forward as well. These are the preferred drop spots from all of these 12 teams. As we can see, Docks is one of the places which is heavily contested by Team Insane. And I believe from Railroad, OnePlus God's Reign, they will easily make their way through towards Docks as Team Insane and Autobots. Both of them are new in the lot. So they will go ahead and try and pick those fights against them to get those 4 points. And if Team Insane alongside Autobots, they're going to be very active when it comes to the fight and understanding where the teams have already dropped towards, then I believe they will have a really good game.
And my eyes are all in the center. Talking about good game, we have got 2 strong teams, 2 good teams up against each other. If you have a look at Militia, we have IQ Reckoning and NG Pros, both strong contenders to take away the qualification stage, at least for the day. They both stand a good chance. No, NG Pros is my choice, IQ Reckoning is your choice. Let's see who's going to win that particular duel. And yes, there's going to be a little bit of banter between the talents as well, because there comes difference of opinion. But the same drop points is going to bring in some good change on either of the side. Talking about Southwestern Land, it is highly populated with 4 teams contesting it, and Stadium is all for Team Godlike. They do not want to start off their fights. They want to go slow. They want to start off slow. And if I have to say something about Team Godlike, they are not good when they are slow. They are not good when they are stagnant. They are good when they are on the move. They're good when they are picking up some eliminations. They're good when they are on
Yeah.
rotations and picking fights. So when they stack up into a small compound, all they do is get eliminated. So something that they have to watch out for is not stack up in a small compound.
They need the confidence. They always need the elimination games to be strong in order to keep moving around. I would say that's one of the things which Total Gaming has done so brilliantly. They always were on the move. They were always taking those fights. And whenever they took the fights, they won it. They had the confidence to go ahead and wreck another team. So that's the kind of wrecking ball you have to be in order to get the momentum going. So yeah, I can see the southwestern side of the entire island being heavily populated, but they will soon evacuate. They will head towards Snowfall, they will head towards Malaysia, they will head towards all the middle parts, the sunny side up as well. So I'm expecting teams to have a really good banter. Not only that, the fights need to look really nice, and this is the time for them to go ahead and get the confidence that they were looking for so many days. Week 3, week 4, come on, things are just going haywire now.
And it's bringing a new opportunity every single day. This format is creating the interest retained for each and every team, because every single day when we jump in towards league stages, week 3 and 4, the scores are reset. Everybody is starting afresh, and everybody stands the equal amount of opportunity that today we are going to get qualified. So that is the room of fresh breath where you can start. There's no room of venting. This is the mistake. That is the mistake. It's like we are starting afresh. We are going to bring in the best, but there's only 2 slots. Let's see which are those 2 teams who are going to bring in the best from the start until the end, because Azora, consistency is the key to qualification. You cannot have a single booyah with a good amount of eliminations, and the very next map you end up with 0 score. We have seen that happening. The teams to take away booyah, being on number 1 on leaderboard, and the very next map they turn into the targets, they get shut down, and then there's nothing remaining for them until and unless they be so productive enough that they procure equal amount of 2 game score lines in the matchup of 1, because they lost 1. So it's like they need to survive. So today it's going to be a little slow paced game pattern.
Of course, it's going to be slow paced, and I'm just hoping that teams, slowly but surely find what they were looking for. I know for a fact that Godlike, they've been struggling for so long. Similar thing goes for Jaunty Gaming as well, and that's the entire thing, right? Just imagine such big giants still sitting here towards the top 12 and trying to go ahead, find that one safe spot to reach towards the finals. We could see already those 4 teams reaching towards the finals, and it was just a wildcard entry from all of them. And I would just say, take a moment, take a breather, understand, relax, calm down. Do not rush things forward. Do not have that nervous 99s and take a fight, because it's going to go haywire.
We do have our caster's prediction here that who is going to win or maybe end up in the podium for top 3. I have got my basics, NG Pros, Jaunty Gaming, and Ico Reckoning. And if you talk about you, obviously we know the reason SHUL has been able to bag the maximum amount of booyahs in the map of Alpine. Reckoning have been consistent as well. But then Godlike, what made you choose it? It is not into your top 2 predictions. I want to understand that.
So Godlike, here's the thing, right? They have the basics set. When it comes to Alpine, they're always prepared. They take those fights. They move from south to the northern direction, wherever the circle is. And I know for a fact that right after yesterday's performance, they will have the confidence as well to keep moving forward. They need eliminations. Their elimination game is really strong here. And the kind of rotations that they always call in is really nice as well. Yogi specifically, if I talk about him. So that's the kind of momentum that they need. And this is the map where they start things off. So I know that I did not choose them in the top 2, but Godlike is, of course, going to be one of those top picks when it comes in Alpine.
Yes, and we also saw that this team has already achieved a lot in the map of Alpine. But talking about Team Jaunty Gaming, sure, we did not get to see in top 3, but this is the team who ends up into a position who is able to go for a third party and getting some elimination points and realizing this is the time, let's step back. And that is how they survive and bag those huge amount of elimination numbers. So if they are able to do that repeated today in the map of Alpine, they'll have a good start. And yes, by the end of the day, they there are some vanilla maps to be followed, and it is their comfort zone. So it's all about these few maps they have to buckle up to get to qualify towards the next phase today. Sure, there's a room of opportunity tomorrow, but then there's a bunch of opportunity. The teams to qualify through the small window are all eyes from me.
And not only that, I'll just take a moment and talk about even the underdog teams as well. The way Genesis has also been performing, the kind of rotations that they call, and usually in every single map they're on point, but they always reach there way too late. And once they reach there, there's always going to be that one team who keeps gatekeeping them. So I hope that they're going to call in some early rotations. Nightmare Esports, they're looking very confident when it comes to the elimination game. They're on point. I'm just expecting that with that on point game of eliminations, they can go ahead and rack it up with some really nice position advantage as well. Getting the booyah will be very important for the overall success of this team as well. If they want to reach towards the top two and qualify towards the grand finals, this is one of the hard works that they need to do in the earlier lot itself. Alpine is the place where they need to start. And SA12, well, this team has come under a lot of radar, Tanya. We have spoken about them, the way they perform, specifically previously in the last week, Shanku being the addition. They have received so many elimination points, but the one place that they have lacked in is getting the booyah. Procuring that will be super important for them. And I'm just expecting that SAQL, if this is the kind of start they get in Alpine, they receive a booyah thanks to all of the statistics that they already have, then they will have a really good day. What do you think?
Yeah, I do think that the start of the map Alpine is going to bring in the opportunity for the teams who have been underperforming or who have been averagely good performing. And talking about Team SA12, after Shanku, the addition, I do believe they have upscaled their play style and also upscaled the way they have started to bring in the rush game pattern, which was not so much of the play coming in from the side of SATL. They used to fight if they were fought. They wouldn't go ahead and grab some fights on their own. But having Shanku, they are ready for that sort of rush and battle. But is he in the playing for? That stands the biggest question here, because ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to go ahead with TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, and this is league stage where two teams are going to qualify on the map of Alpine. Who starts strong? Who is going to end up strong? A lot of new storylines will be created, because today we are not starting off with Bermuda, Purgatory or Kalahari. It is Alpine, one of the most beautiful map.
That's right. You have snowfall. You have some really nice flaky dust right there. And look at the flight path. Wow. It's diagonal. And with that said, multiple teams will get the kind of location that they already needed. Look at Team Insane. They're already there towards, wait, what? Vantage? All right. This is out of the blue. And usually I would say that they love the entire loot near docks, but looking currently strong in the southern corner. I hope that they're ready with all of those fights.
Well, Jaunty Gaming is definitely ready. Already got one elimination. It is Kunal with the Plasma who just pushed in. One more player is down on the knees. One plus God's Rain has also got a good start for the day. Anshu getting one elimination points on his name. Team Genesis going all aggressive. I don't know, right off the bat, it is a little tough call, because today should be the play of patience. It shouldn't be like, let's go all in. There's not much to lose, because tomorrow you will have more new teams involved, and that is going to bring in some more differences to your play style. And Zoeb will be revived by Junior. Now, Junior and Zoeb has got a different set of synergy where they play with each other in terms of reviving over and over time. Once it's Zoeb reviving Junior, then it is vice versa. It's a good chain strategy, but is that enough to qualify? I believe no.
Genesis, right off the bat, they've already lost a couple of players, and now they're just looking like a fodder to multiple teams. Heading all the way towards Dock, slowly but surely reviving one another. And look at Jaunty Gaming right at the dead center base camp. One of those really good spots. They can call in the rotations as well. NG Pros, they're taking it very slow. They're not at all invading towards Snowfall. They know that Nightmare have reached there. And if you talk about Garrison, Ico Reckoning, that's one of the team who will go ahead, reach towards Snowfall in a jiffy. And that's the kind of fight that I'm waiting for. How prepared is Nightmare in all of that?
Nightmare, sure they're going to bag good amount of loot, they've got ample amount of time, but look at NG Pros, they're heading towards north. Are we going to see Aiku Reckoning versus NG Pros? That was supposed to happen on the grounds of Malaysia, but now it's on the northern side. We will get to see a little sooner or later, but right now Autobots are rushing against Vashishta Esports, and
What?
it is Aerobots.
This
But
is
Blue already
savage.
has got eyes on Aleem, and Aleem is using blue walls one after the other. Chrono will be deployed. Tiger will be spotting down Mayank down on the knees, and there's no way he can be revived. He will be eliminated. Secured one more point for him down again. Now that was a good escalated battle, but Aerobots succumbing.
Oh, that's a big loss. Autobots, little did they know that they were going for an ambush, and Vashishta, they're already prepared for that. Right now at the top, having 3 total eliminations, and Autobots, they have somehow escaped the entire situation. I can see Mayank from a far off distance, and he's very close in the vicinity. Swaroop right in front. This can be that one golden opportunity. Shots fired, and Swaroop, for now, all of those tactics, it's gonna work out. Close quarter battle, and there goes Mac. This is yet another loss coming in, and Vashishta, they are farming all of these points.
And also made sure to revive the fallen comrades. A good start for Vashishta Esports, but what about Jaunty Gaming? The fight between these two teams started off as soon as they had their landing on the grounds of Alpine. It is going to continue. Kunal down and out. It is all about revivals now. The fight is not going to stop anytime sooner. Vincent trying to chase out of the battle? Well, that's pretty huge, because usually Team Jaunty Gaming would definitely want to pick up some fights, get some elimination points, and then leave. But right now, they are building up a different sort of strategy. It's a 2v4 situation. Upper grounds being contested by Ginotra. AC-80 in his hand. A good weapon for a long-range disaster.
Jarvis right in front. He takes a launch pad and he's escaping. They know this is going to be a lost cause. Genesis, they have all the kind of players that they need right now. And Ayush, specifically, if I talk about him, he's aggressing forward. He's not at all budging down. He knows Ginotra is out there. He's alone, might as well take this fight. And wait a second, Vincent has been sent right across. This is a big loss. Only 2 players are surviving. Jaunty Gaming, they're on the verge of collapsing, and there goes Ginotra. He's down and out. Nothing can be done here. Genesis, they're picking those pieces, and they're forming a really good house.
NG Pros versus Nightmare Esports. Well, that was bound to happen when we spotted NG Pros heading northern side. Sure, they did not fight off Aiku Reckoning, but they are fighting Nightmare Esports. 2 players down and eliminated. Sure, there will be revived. Vending machine is nearby Rochak. Until Rochak is surviving, everything should be safe for the team. Jaunty Gaming got eliminated by Team Insane.
That's a big blow. And Nightmare right now, look at them all prepared. They want to take this fight against both the members of NG Pros, and they are slowly just bleeding out. There comes the backup, but will this backup work? No, it did not. Croxy could not farm all of these players, and Nightmares, they're looking very solid. 5 total eliminations. And look at the way they have taken the entire control over the situation. Manu, he was the last man standing, and he's slowly bringing all of the players up as well. Vashishta Esports, I thought that they were prepared for multiple fights, but unfortunately, they are out of this map.
1+ God's Reign are also out of the circle, got some elimination points, and they had their keen eyes upon Vincent, where Vincent tried to dodge all the bullets from Genesis. He landed on 1+ God's Reign, and that is exactly where the team got eliminated. But there's a fight between the Titans, Team SHL versus Team Godlike. Nancy being spotted and is down on his knees. There's no way he can be revived. He was revived for sure, and again picked out. Skylar will be used, Chrono deployed, and a lot of damages, a lot of lead being sprayed. And here we go. Both of them survive and back out. Now Team SHUL got some knocks, but no confirmation, ending up with 0 elimination points.
Oh, this is going to sting. Nancy right in front. That's like a window of opportunity, but it's right behind the glue wall. And SHUL, they don't have the kind of information that they just needed to go ahead and bombard against Godlike. Yeah, we can see Avron. But again, they need the information. Dinoculus can be utilized. And look at the kind of rotation we can see from Team Insane. They're slowly making their way through. This can be a piece of cake for them to go ahead and take both the teams down. But again, that's one of the situations that can go dicey. Wait, there's another team, OnePlus God's Reign, coming from the sidelines. They're outside the circle. What are they doing?
So many teams outside the circle. On the northeastern side, we do see NG Pros trying to make a move. Look at Junior, the last man standing on the grounds of Trail Road, going ahead for the revival. Nightmare Esports still tanking a lot of zone damage on the grounds of Garrison. But have a look at Team Godlike now. They are also making sure to pick up some fights and delivering a little bit of damage. SA2L versus Godlike, which was bound to happen, took a little while. Yogi down on the knees. There's no way can be revived. Throwable will be introduced. AC80. And here we go. Here comes a push. That push was Yogi used as a bait. 3 players are pushing up against 1 man. Now that's not a risk that they're taking. That's the elimination point that they're banking.
That's the reward that they needed. They've already done the heavy lifting. Moreover, look at the way they've already called in the rotation, using glue walls as shields to just run in like a pelican. That's really nice. But STUL, they themselves have lost a player. This is a big battle which can go down. Shanku, he has the information. The NATO's being cooked. And look at the way, the smartness at which he deploys the glue wall just to stop all of that. Nancy underneath, Echo. He's right across near the petrol bunk. This can be the divide and conquer rule that they're establishing, but this can backfire as soon as things are going to fall down for the likes of Nancy.
Grenade again being cooked and then cancelling, not using the throwables. He's making sure that all the glue walls are being wasted out. Use the glue wall to make a move towards the safer spot. Nancy will be treated by Echo, all thanks to the treatment gun that they possessed while looting. Grounds of Stadium are getting a little heated up. It's a 4v4 duel now. Yogi has been revived, and it was a super rev, due to which he is going to be with a P90 in his hand, and having reunited, what difference is going to make? The last man of Genesis Junior brings back the last ray of hope, bring back the entire squad into the fights of Alpine. Genesis has got all 4 players intact, but what about Aerobots? They got Nobita pinned down. No elimination for sure, but now they are the party between the buns. Aerobots as well as Team SA2L are targeting Team Godlike to shut them off, or maybe getting some elimination points.
Oh, they are the devil's advocate. And I'm hoping that all of those knocks can at least yield to something. Junior, he did the heavy lifting. He died outside the circle, and now he's brought back again towards base camp. This is all nice and good with the tactics, but these tactics need to go ahead and shape something. Wait a second. It was the shin that was seen. And look at XDivine. Those shots are absolutely a bliss to watch. Godlike, they're yet again being binged. Again and again. Shanku right in front. AC80 in hand. And I know for a fact things are going to go bad for Godlike. There's another team waiting right around the corner. And it is Aerobots. Eyes all trained. Shots fired. Look at the way Yogi has been picked clean.
There's no escape plan for Team Godlike right now. They are already pinned down. One or the other team might take them off, and Divine having the ADS all well said. There's a rush coming in. Use the vehicle to rush 2 players already within the small compound. Now that is the choke point of Team Godlike, which is well read, which is a good homework done. That is exactly where Team STUL is pushing in. Throwables will be introduced from both the corners. Blue wall deployed, turret placed nicely. A little bit of information and damage. Marvel down on his knees. Rush wouldn't stop. Arsh is going to make sure to shut down all the available players here. There's no point of revival. And talking of which, Team SA2L has eliminated Team Godlike. 5 elimination points for Team SA2L, and they are all wounded. Team Insane is trying to hop in this battle.
That's right, Team Insane. They heard all the chaos, and this is a hot potato. It's a very bad situation, and I'm expecting SA2L to go ahead, be scratch-free, but it's not going to happen. Team Insane has already put every single thing on the deck. It's a huge cluster. And Aerobots, in the midst of all of that, they're fighting against Autobots. A big clash that we all were waiting for. Both the teams all prepared. Nightmare taking pot shots against them. The knocks are imminent. And look at that. They're not at all giving the room or the space for the revival. Aerobots, they are stuck in such a pickled up situation. Can they get out of it is the question.
With the ADS well said, I do not see any escape plan for them until and unless they use the ladders, they drop down, but then Autobots are going to wait for Aerobots there. A small compound being
Hacker
contested
down?
by two teams. Whoa!
I would love to see this battle. That's right. The battle has already begun. Team Insane, they could not do much here. One knock already has come forward. SAQ on the other end. They have all 4 members. And Team Insane, they thought that they were ready for this fight. But little did they know that SAQ, they're all here to get those points. 9 total eliminations. And they're currently leading the entire charge. They needed Alpine to be on point. And that's what they get.
They successfully decimated 2 teams. 1+ God's Reign again getting eyes on Genesis here. 2 players down, no elimination secured. But look at Team SHL rushing towards Aiku Reckoning. They know the position. Kaushik is already on the flank. And let's see what information is he going to bring in, which is going to bring a good change towards this battle. 2 elimination points well secured by 1+ God's Reign. 7 eliminations strong. Rai is the circle right now. A lot of teams playing on the edge. Genesis is also threatened to enter the safer zone, but there's one team who is fearless, running up and open, which is 1+ God's Reign, and now they are taking some punishment. You have to be fearful where you are up and open.
Oh well, the apple of the eye for now. Aerobots, they are trying their level best to stay alive, but I don't think so it's going to happen. As Hyper, he's the last man standing. Sham OP, he needs a revival. It can be stuck right about now. And Autobots, they're missing out the golden opportunity of getting a couple of elimination points. And that's what they miss. The boat is already long gone. They're outside the circle, taking the brunt force. And they have the fall to go ahead and tackle down the kind of situation that has already been brought upon them. But this is the place where things are going to go down. 1+ God's Reign versus Aiku Reckoning. And Reckoning, they have decimated 1+ God's Reign. It was a big battle which ended so quickly.
Few seconds and it's all vanished. All it took was a Thanos' snap. And
there you go.
The perfect snap coming in from side of Sham as well. A lot of confirmation, Team SHUL. Now one after the other, all the players are going down. Sure being revived. Zone is going to shrink in. Sham deciding to keep keen eyes upon this haystack. How many more knocks can he get? Manu again going in towards a different direction and got some elimination stack for his name, where Genesis will be eliminated. Aiku Reckoning Sohan also, he was the last man standing, where Cropsy will seal the deal. 4 teams intact, Aerobots being short in numbers, and we have SHUL, Nightmare, NG Pros, and Aerobots very low on HP, very low on numbers, and there's no way they can make this map theirs in terms of Booyah. But look at NG Pros looking strong. They've got the information, starting the battle with the throwables, and right now there's one team which is at loss. That is going to be Nightmare Esports, and there are a lot of well set landmines. They cannot come out of it. If they do, they get knocked. If they stay in, throwables will pin them down. The Nightmare Esports are at the choke point.
Not only that, Nightmare, they have a really good compound. That's one of the places that they can just stay there and wait for the entire team to take the fight. SHUL on the other end, slowly but surely, they're making their way, but it's a merry-go-round situation where non-stop pros, they are not at all allowing SHUL to go ahead and get the upper hand. A couple of players, they're still surviving, and Aerobots in the midst of all of that, shot's been taken. They already know that the shack is one of the places which is very important for the likes of Nightmare, and that's where they want to hit the most. Nightmare, man-count advantage, and that's how they can turn the entire tide towards their corner. But they need to step out. That's where Aerobots is waiting.
Team SHUL. Distant,
situation under control.
Maintained the distance to not involve themselves into any fights, but then they get some knocks on their name. Will there be any confirmation? That still remains a question. Hyper will be the last man standing. He will be pinned down. He will be taken down. Throwables will be used over here, and Aerobots will be eliminated. And Team SHUL taking away the Booyah, starting off the fight very keenly, very strongly, and getting the booyah even stronger.
Yeah. This is one of those situations, if you blink, you miss. Look at Shanku. He's so happy with the kind of performance that they needed. And the kind of rotation that they already implemented itself was so divine. SATUL. The launch pads worked out, the fights, they were on point. First it took against Godlike, and then later on Team Insane was tackled by their horns, taken care. And overall, I would say, till the very end, I have never seen SATUL be so calm and composed. They usually have those nervous 99s, they take those early fights, they somehow call in some wrong kind of movements towards a dead center, and that's where they usually lose. But right now, just getting the booyah in the beginning itself has for sure set their confidence towards Cloud9.
The stats spoke louder. Alpine is a map of Team SATUL and they prove it once again. They grab the booyah very strongly, very firmly. Shanku, one of the best additions, which is allowing Marvel to excel in terms of rushing and also giving a proper team support. So the players to watch out for from them was the entire squad for sure, but then Shanku and Marvel played within themselves so strongly that the entire team were under the spotlight. They were the nightmares for several teams. If we talk about Godlike, they were the ones who eliminated Team Godlike. After of which they took down Team Insane. Right now, throwables being introduced. They were the nightmares for aerobots as well. And last Team Nightmare itself, they turned them down into ashes as well. So at the end of the day, Team SATUL had the perfect drop point, perfect rotation, and good survival instinct. Not much of revivals were being spotted from them, but because they made sure of that the teams should remain intact.
And that's what happens, right? Nightmare, they were very prepared. They had the shack, they had the entire control, but they just forgot about the external effects that could happen upon them. For sure, you're going to stay inside the house, you'll be safe. Outside, there's going to be a lot of global warming. You need to step out, and once they did that, I could see aerobots taking those shots, and it was on point. And this is one of the places where Kid thought he can rush forward, Kid 26, and unfortunately, his cards could not play right against Hyper, and that's where SATUL just came right in. They were inside the circle, they took the control over the situation, and that's how they have bagged a total point of 28 right at the start. Nightmare Esports with 19 total points, 10 from eliminations, 9 from placement points. Aerobots falling shy with just 4 points. They're sitting at 15.
Talking about other teams, Jaunty Gaming, Godlike Esports, Autobots, they all are in single digits. So we can say same for IQ Reckoning, Vashishta. Vashishta was the team who started the battles, who started the duels, got some early picks as well, but then got eliminated early on. Team Insane Esports made the wrong choice. Sure, they had a good plan to enter and have a third-party entertainment, but then before the third-party entertainment, Team SATUL has already decimated Team Godlike. That is exactly where Team Insane collapsed, and we'll have a look at Team SATUL about who is going to be under the spotlight of MVP, because according to me, all players played together to get those hefty amount of 16 eliminations, but there's one player who's going to stand out. It is Marvel. 9 eliminations and 2492 worth of damage with 2 assists. Coda widely used, got the perfect information and delivered a lot of damage. Ford equipped for the late rotations and Thiva for early revivals, and that is where I exactly mentioned they didn't allow the player to go get eliminated. They revived instantly.
Yeah. Marvel, yes, he has been wonderful in the map of Alpine, and the entire team was relying on him for a lot of it. For the rush gameplay, for getting those confirmations, and I could see that even happening. It was set in motion. Godlike, they thought that they can stay alive, keeping Yogi separate from the entire herd, and that's where they were wrong. SATUL, they were very clinical, they were very precise, they kept running around, they knew that one revival will always be brought back into the picture as there's a vending machine close by, so that entire strategy was nullified. SATUL, very prepared, very keen on being towards the top 2 and progressing forward towards the semi-finals. I think that this is the spark that they needed, and they have reignited the fire.
and they make sure that they put in exact amount of woods to continue the fire within them and the light being lowered. They had Koda, Chrono, Oscar and Skylar being equipped, very finely used. We did see several times where Oscar's dash and Skylar's Riptide Rhythm was used simultaneously, due to which the opponents had nothing to say or do. It was all
Right.
about a wide flag being hoisted in terms of elimination, and these are the entire stats. We have talked about Marvel, but we should also be talking about Ash with 2 eliminations, Divine with 3 eliminations, and Shanku with 2 only. It doesn't matter how many eliminations did Shanku got in for the team. What exactly matters is his presence brought in a lot of change in the Marvel's play style, and which I already mentioned a couple of minutes ago. Talking about Divine, yup, 3 rushers and 1 sniper. Talking about Divine, he exactly kept his crosshairs right where the teams are holding and not allowing any room to breathe. And they made sure to choke each and every team into a small compound where 3 rushers were engaging with throwables.
You know, Shanku is a really nice trump card. And SA2L, I'm glad that they're using him towards the later half of this entire league stage. And overall, if you talk about the game summary as well, total eliminations being 65, it itself is screaming volumes that players are ready to take those battles. They do not shy away, whether it be Alpine, whether it be Purgatory, Bermuda, or even Kalahari. They would love to take the fight. Total glue walls destroyed is 202. That is surprising. Right from the word go, this is that kind of start that teams usually need to aggress forward and get those knocks right behind the glue wall. So you can see how aggressive the entire lot is.
Well, the entire, I mean, sure, the entire lot is a little stronger today because big guns are already qualified, so everybody stands with a strong opportunity, and SHL is minting the most out of it because their toughest competitor, Revenant X-Park, who starts with the Drop Clash team Total Gaming, they all are not in the lobby. This is the perfect point, perfect start, perfect timing for Team SHL to rise and shine. But next map is going to be Solara, again a newest map out of all 6 in the mix, and that is going to bring in even more upsets and interesting fights because this is few of the maps where anything and everything can happen on the right direction or go haywire.
True. So it's just the start that the teams need, right? Solara, the upcoming map itself, we have witnessed a lot of chaos. The rotations, the way they have always called in, it's of course going to be out of the blue. And at the same time, if the teams miss the expressway, then it's going to be problematic for them, as most of them are going to be bitten down to bits and pieces. Without any Booyah, NG Pros, they have managed to struck the second position with total of 88 points, 51 being eliminations. This is astounding. And the others, IQ Reckoning, they have received a Booyah with total of 91 points. And Aerobots, this is the trump card that we all were talking about. So let's see how much potential they have in this particular map. Even they are lacking the kind of confidence that they needed even in the previous one. For sure, they made it towards the top 4, but they need the Booyah. They need good amount of eliminations as well.
And we would also like to see which are the teams who are going to have a drop clash, because we are going to have a look upon the drop points of the map of Solara. If you have a look at Riders Club, we have got Vashishta Esports, only team who is going to contest it. And if you have a look at the center, Bloomtown, Godlike versus Nightmare Esports, and TV Tower being contested by Airbots and Autobots. Windmill, Genesis always likes to go safe, but one segment or the most eastern side that interests me the most, it is Delta Isle, where NG Pros and IQ Reckoning are going to start up their battles and their duels, because that is where the things are going to get fiery, things are going to get spicy.
For sure. I could see the Smack Center Archway also can be one of the places where Godlike can head towards. And yeah, Eco Train for sure can be a good situation for OnePlus God's Reign. But God's Reign, usually what they love to do is take fights in the map of Solara. They would love to go ahead and be aggressive, as their playstyle usually seems in that way. Similarly, I would say NG Pros as well. They would really require those numbers game to be really on point. In the previous one, yes, we could see the aggression come in, but then later on towards the circle, the final circle, they could not do much. Top four, yes, they received that entire lot. They had 4-man squad, and that 4-man squad just went poof, vanished in the middle of nowhere. So those fights need to be more refined. And I believe that that's how they can get themselves back into the picture, back into the notion. So Solara, this is a really good addition, specifically if I talk about the way things have happened. First Alpine, now Solara. It's like catching all the teams off guard. So let's just see who are the predictions that we have presented ourselves to vote and notice whether they're going to reach towards the top 3 or not.
Well, for me, it's very clean. 1 plus God's Reign. They're strong on the map of Solara, according to me, because all it takes is to have a good amount of rotation and decision-making power, where to take fight, where not. Team Godlike, in terms of firepower, obviously, I do not like the playstyle where they just hold on to the small compound, and that is exactly where they choked in the previous map as well. And Aerobots, sure, they are strong. We did see them in top 3 picks of the map of Solara.
Right. And I believe I was going for Aerobots itself, but then I got confused between A, B, Z. Yes, in any case. So NG Pros, I'm going to stick to what I've chosen. So Autobots, NG Pros, IQ Reckoning, all 3 of them are looking very confident. I mean, the first one, of course, they need to set their entire thing back into square one, go back to the drawing board, understand where they're going wrong, and take those fights. Whenever they're taking any fight, they're just leaving it right outside. They're like, it's all right. There's going to be other teams who will take care of them. And that's where Autobots is wrong. They need to go ahead, start the fight, and finish it right there. That's where they need to start focusing upon. And yeah, the kind of confidence that they need itself is screaming that, come on, those knocks, those eliminations, it needs to come forward. So yeah, Solara, it's a really good map. We all know the kind of rotations that we have seen usually comes forward from all of these teams. So let's just go directly into the game and understand what will happen next, as these further 5 maps are going to be a game decider for most of the teams.
If the first half goes strong for Team SATUL, they might be the top most scoring contenders for today's lobby. The flight is all set and the players are already on the verge of landing. The flight path being diagonal all the way from northeastern side towards southwestern side, and Windmill to be contested by Reckoning Esports and Vashishta Esports. Patlu is trying to keep an eyes upon Windmill about if there are any players who are taking landing. But look at Genesis, they are heading towards the hub, and TV Tower to be contested by Autobots. No early fights for Team SATUL. They also preferred safe drops and Aerobots in the grounds of Funfair. Delta Isle is the place where NG Pros had a deciding factor, where they want to go start aggressive, but then no other teams wants to go ahead and pick up early fights, early eliminations. Team Godlike also looks very safe. 1 plus God's Reign on the grounds of Eco Drain, nobody sharing. This is one of the map where we are not seeing any 2 teams colliding, and that is the fear to get eliminated is readable now. Everybody wants to survive.
It's evident. And I love the way teams are functioning. I know giving the early few points is like understanding what the kind of situation is overall with the team, whether they're high on confidence or they're lacking that. So yeah, I believe taking those initial fights could be very nasty. Where Kunal is heading is not a good spot. Bloomtown is completely contested from the end of Godlike, and that's where Jaunty Gaming has understood the assignment. Let's go back. I already received my loot and now heading all the way towards the railway tracks. That's a really good position for them to even go ahead and take a bounty nonetheless. So I would love to see what kind of element of surprise Jaunty Game is going to bring in this particular map.
Well, the circle is all set, all centralized, not big of a problem, but Aerobots are looking a little hasty in terms of picking up fights, use the rail tracks to move out of sight. They do not want to get eliminated early on. Which station are they going to pick? Nope, he still has his station going forward, and Aerobots are trying to make it safe. They want to survive, and and that's the strategy. Come on, we both have to make sure that we talk about it. Survival is the key towards ending up in top 3. Team Genesis also making sure of not to pick up early fights or get eliminated, early losses, which was very expensive in the previous map, even when Junior was successful enough to bring back the entire team. But grabbing that amount of loot, getting into the circle, was also the cause of concern for Team Genesis. Team Insane's deciding factor of picking up fight or no
Oh
was a
no.
little hit. Now that is somewhere they need to rethink.
Not only that, Jaunty Gaming is going directly at them. That's a big place to go ahead and take the fight. Patlu right in front, and this is a different one altogether. Aiku Reckoning versus Vashishta. One of the places, it's right next to Riders Club. And we have always seen them dishing this fight out. Patlu, for now, he has gone prone. He doesn't want to go ahead and take any more damage. Risk of exposure, as we know that Coda is being implemented. Patlu has been taken care of. And the others, they might fall down. This is the first elimination, first action that we have seen firsthand towards this map. As Sohan, he's the first one to bite the dust from the likes of Ico Reckoning. The second one goes through as well. Water could not do much. Ninja, he's also fading away, and slowly but surely, Vashishta, they're banking a really good comeback.
Ronit also being spotted by Swaroop. He will also be eliminated. No, he isn't.
Last man.
He's the last man, last ray of hope. He's able to successfully take down Swaroop and will not delay any type of point. And UAV will be destroyed. 1 versus 2. It's a Thompson versus shotgun, both close range weapons, UAV being deployed, and a perfect angle to be created. It's a rush. Shotgun should be able to win. It's a close range duel, but the spray wouldn't spot. Ronit is delivering more than he can, but will he be able to survive further? But no. Tiger will make sure to end. Aiku Reckoning going away with 1 elimination points, if I'm not mistaken. That was a pretty early elimination, evacuation. But Team NG Pros, they are on the windmill. They've got the height advantage. That is exactly where they got some elimination points secured. And Vashishta Esports, they made sure to revive their teammates.
Yeah, as they should. Nightmare. That's a big battle. Vincent, flank angle on point. And I don't think so Rochak has the living idea of such a thing happening right around the corner. This is bad time for them. And Vincent, he's still surviving. He's closing in the gaps. Nightmare, not a good situation for them to stay alive as Vincent, he has hit all of his shots. Arjun has been taken care of. Nightmare, they are making sure that the revival will come through. And Jaunty Gaming in the midst of all of that, they were caught in the sandwich situation. Team Insane around the corner. Nightmare to go ahead and do the heavy lifting. They have shut down such a huge team. Jaunty Gaming, they go home empty-handed in the map of Solara.
And once again, there comes Team Insane. Once the moment they realize there's a battle going on, they start poking their nose, but then they get decimated. 2 players down, and now it's double takedown, and 2 players still surviving from Team Insane. Are they going to rush in furthermore? Salu keeping a keen eye, and now he's showing his back. That is exactly what you don't have to when Arjun is pointing his sniper at you. He will be eliminated. Last man still remains, and he has got some good escape plan, and he will bring back the team. Nightmare Esports are doing very good in the previous map. Also, they were in top 3, also banked some good elimination points, and once again they are starting the things with their own hands. They are not relying upon other teams to pick up fights. They shut down one of the strongest team in the lobby, which is Team Jaunty Gaming, and now it's all about 10 teams surviving until the final circle.
They paid for their sins. And now heading all the way forward, they've already spotted Hacker. It's right next to the vending machine. Salu comes back into the light. And that's where I would say Kid is looking on top in the sky, thinking that if he falls down, I'm going to be the one to clip his wings. It's not a good time to stay alive as Hacker. He himself has been hacked to death. Nightmare, 8 total eliminations. And this team is not looking that they're going to stop. They will keep pressing forward. They're taking fights so confidently. And this just makes things very easy for them in the upcoming times, in the upcoming maps. NG Pros on the other end, they themselves have received 5 total eliminations. And they are slowly making their way towards the circle.
Charmed being covered from all three directions, and there's no escape plan for him. He will be eliminated. One plus God's Reign are also the silent killers in the lobby. They are picking player by player, instead going for the team by team play set. NG Pros with 5 eliminations are trying to pave their way towards the center of the circle. Aerobots lost a few players and they are going to revive it. Tracks will be used. What's the station that they are holding upon? If they are going to share the grounds with someone, I do believe that NG Pros might be able to win the duel. They have grabbed the momentum, a good well set pace. Only thing that can stop them is if two or more teams attack over the entry of the circle. Godlike having the strongest grounds right now. If you have a look at the circle, Azora, look at
That's
it.
right.
They've got the perfect position,
Funfair.
a good compound.
They're right now at Funfair and they're having a lot of fun. The last laughter towards their corner, and look at that. There's another fight brewing up. The circle to circle rotations, it's now working out. 1 plus God's Reign. They're here to go ahead and gatekeep so many teams. And if they spot Esituel on the tracks, then it's going to be a lot of chaotic fight moving forward. But before all of that, moving in towards a circle, I can see so many teams still trying to find their way. Specifically, Team Insane, Team Vashishta as well, Vashishta Esports. They are still clueless. They're running around like headless chickens.
Now here we are. Nightmare Esports are stuck.
What?
They entered the funfair and Team Godlike are making sure to take player by player. They were all well set in different directions. It is Nobita versus 3 players. A lot of throwables will be introduced. Also the flame guns, and
Lovely nade.
Nobita will survive this. He escaped 1v3. That sounded so impossible. Right now Nancy is going to go ahead, give a dash. Kid 26 will be spotted and taken down. Arjun trying to create an escape plan. He will not be allowed by Nobita. A tough time begins. It's all about Team Godlike having the best location, having a place to have fun, and alongside that, they secured 2 elimination points.
It just straight away walked in their pocket. Nightmare. I mean, I do understand that you have eliminations, you have confidence, but then they spread their wings way too wide. And that's where the mistake has already been made. Arjun is surrounded by 2 teams, Autobots and Genesis. And if he needs to survive this one, he got a call in Rochak as well. As Rochak, he himself is surrounded by Aerobots and Autobots. Oh my god, what's going on here? Nightmare, they contested the entire funfair so confidently, and now they're just surviving with a couple of players. This is a huge sign of warning.
This is one of the best spread out that I've ever seen. A circle, surely inclusive of funfair, where Team Godlike are looking forward to save. But then, if you have a look at SHUL, they are real close to Team Aerobots, who just got revived, not much of a loot. And if at all, Team SHUL decides to go ahead and pick up some fight, it's going to be very, very interesting. Whereas Autobots are already on the edge of the circle. They've got a small container on the name to hold on to until next circle, which is also a safe style of play. You do not need to go ahead and have rush play and get some eliminations or maybe get eliminated. Right now, 2 big names are already down and out. One of which is IQ Reckoning, and other of which is obviously John T Gaming. Vashishta Esports trying to enter the vicinity of Team Godlike, but look at it, NG Pros trying to shut down Aerobots. Hyper is already spotted and taken down, and now NG Pros are on the verge of rotation.
Oh boy. Godlike. Enjoying the fruit of being early inside the circle. Genesis right around the corner. I can see those big brain gameplays coming into the picture. And 1 plus God's Reign, wow, this is a big cluster. Genesis, they have to fight it out. And I don't know how Arjun is still alive in all of that. What's going on?
You know, the safest team right now is NG Pros. They are waiting for all the teams to fight off against each other, and they are going to make
Godlike?
once. Godlike are choked once again in the small compound. 2 throwables should seal the deal for them. This is not their play style, and if this is what they are continuing to, I would want to take my word back of them qualifying today. But Talking of which, we do see a lot of teams nearing to Team Godlike, and they have got all the information. 1+ God's Reign trying to make a move, and a lot of damage has already been dealt by Nobita, and lot of shots connected. A knock as well, but this time it is from some other team. It was not connected by Nobita, if my eyes serve me right.
Oh, it might be Genesis. Wind smoke right in front. Arjun still surviving the wrath of so many teams. Godlike taking a couple of pot shots. They're outside the circle. Wait a second.
What?
The circle did not favor them at all, and now forcing their hands, they have to set foot in no man's land where NG Pros is already waiting. Oh, this is going to be such a big cluster. Dinocle is being utilized, getting the additional bit of information where Arjun is hiding, and that's where Arjun chooses to keep running around. Wind smoke, I know for a fact that these shots are going to connect, or it can be the circle doing the deed, but it's wind smoke. That's the elimination that they can go ahead and secure. And Autobots, they themselves are having a really good fun time as they're taking some really good shots against 1+ God's Reign.
Team SHL has been chilling on the cliffs until now, but now Circle has taken a shift up to their advantage. Lot of throwables will be introduced, and they are going to shut down Aleem, and our Aerobots are going to get decimated. They're not in the lobby. 9 teams still remain. We are on the move towards final circle real soon. Circle turned out to be the biggest betrayal for Team Godlike, and now they are forced to move out. Once they move out, I'm very sure they might be able to win some duels against any team that comes against them. Right now, it's going to be Team Genesis, starting off with the throwables, grenades, freeze bombs, everything is introduced, and also blue wall melters, which is forcing Genesis to move out of sight, out of fight. But Team Godlike are chasing them now, putting themselves at risk. They are taking a little more than they can chew.
Oh, but they have to fight so many teams. Genesis, this team Insane as well under the bridge. And I'm hoping it doesn't overflow as Team Insane. They need to evacuate right about now. This is the fight that we all were waiting for, and Godlike, they've already ended up on a really good positive end. Now moving forward, Genesis, they are taking control yet again. Nancy right in front, shots fired, and look at all the bots. They're just rolling all those shots on every single one of them who's trying to head towards the circle. This is not the overall situation that they were looking for. Wilspoke, he's still surviving. He can at least go ahead and do the bidding for the team. 1+ God's Reign, they're still surviving this entire wrath. And look at the way Autobots, they just received 1 elimination, but they're 4-man strong, looking for more points. Washishta in the middle of all of that. They have been eliminated. 1+ God's Reign, last man standing. He's been beaten down to dust as well. 3 teams with 4 members still there.
Team SHL and NG Pros again in top 3. Consistency, if consistency had a name, these 2 teams are doing it very well. SHL showing it. We are the stronger ones right now. Team Godlike is obviously eliminated. Autobots has got 1 player remaining. Marvel picking up fight against them and getting eliminated. Throwables all in the mix. Blue wall melters, grenades, everything has been tossed. It's all about small fences. NG Pros are at the advantage. Yes, with the fences and realizing the advantage. Team SHL is also going to give a hold upon their own fences. Throwables will not stop. Maybe flash freezes, maybe blue wall melters. 4 versus 4. It's all about Clash Squad meta now.
It's not about the advantage that NG Pros has. NG Pro have no carcass around them, so they cannot go ahead and get those throwables. But on the other end, SHL, they have so many boxes lying around them. They can go ahead and change the entire course of action moving forward towards this fight. Yes, I understand this is like the CS mode that we have spoken about, but this is not just that. As SHL, they have the advantage towards getting all of the kind of throwables that they need. And the weapons, it can be swap seed. NG Pros, slowly but surely, they're making their way forward. They're the ones to go ahead and take this battle. And if they win, if they get at least a knock or 2, that's right. The window of opportunity will be theirs. Struggle? Wait, is that a flank angle that he's trying to create? This is
This
big.
track is all the cover for Shanku, and now Marvel is also trying to get some information. Manu is in a choking position. There's no way he can survive up and open. Dash will be introduced. Anubhav down. Arsh is trying to get one more. Cropsy low on HP. He is surviving by the skin of his teeth. Chrono will be deployed for
Where's the
surviving,
support?
but Cropsy will be taken down as well. It's all about SHUL right now. It's a 3v1 situation. Manu, the sniper, having an advantage. How long will that advantage last is the question. Shanku is going to push in and make sure to take him down as well. With that, there comes an end towards struggle. Will he be able to pull towards 1v2?
Oh no! Marvel, in the nick of the time, he reaches forward and SHUL! This is the back-to-back booyah! The kind of performance, the kind of big brain this team is showcasing. Look at that. We keep, we repeat getting those booyahs. Oh my god!
Divine had some good explanation. Shanku short celebrating, so does Marvel and Arsh. Divine is asking them to walk out of the lobby and go to sleep. This is what I understood, Azora. This is exactly what I understood, and that was naughty.
Oh well, you needed a banter, we have a banter. And look at the way they're just kicking up a row again and again. They're making a lot of noise, and with that, the kind of eliminations that they're going ahead and getting itself is showcasing this team is built different. This is not the similar kind of SHUL that I've seen in week number 3 or week number 2, let alone the league stage. This is an evolved version of them. This is much better, and this entire rocket is just going upwards.
And there's no stopping. They are making sure to continue what they started off with. Maybe whatever map. They are not even comfortable on the map of Solara. We have not seen much of Booyahs being grabbed by them. But they are. Now they know exactly. They have understood their play style. They do not interfere in any battles until the 4th circle. And then they start moving towards the center of the circle and then picking up fights one after the other. But what went wrong or right for struggle to get eliminated or maybe surviving until the end, that only final shot will explain us.
Well, they have a lot of room to wiggle, and that's where SHUL, they have 17 total eliminations and they have racked up 2 more, so total 19 points alongside 12 being the Booyah. This is a big game indeed for SHUL, and all the fans out there, they'll be cheering the entire name SHUL, and as they're bagging so many Booyahs back to back, the kind of start they need. And that's where I believe they've already crossed like half century, if my math is right.
They might have already crossed, because the way this team is performing, and they are making sure of to continue with what they were doing, and that's not easy to pull off every single time. 31 total points. Sure, your math serves you right. They have crossed the 50 marker point and even nearing to 60. And NG Pros with total of 21 points. Nightmare Esports 15, OnePlus Gods Reign 12. Godlike Autobots Vashishta Genesis Team Insane, Aiku Reckoning Aerobots and Jaunty, they need to buckle up, all in single digits. Godlike Esports started off strong by reading some good circle, but then once the circle betrayed them, they were all lost. They did not know where to hold, how to survive, and Jaunty Gaming took a biggest blow in the lobby, going empty-handed.
I mean, the bad times are for sure there. Jaunty Gaming, they need to buckle up, like you rightly mentioned, and those points, it's not going to help them out. Getting 0 is not at all going to help them. The consistency is always the key. At NG Pros, they're holding the second key to it. 21 total points attained in this particular map. They're running, I believe, second high in the entire room. Nightmare Esports as well, getting 15 points has served them right. OnePlus God's Reign, 12 points is not looking that good. We would for sure expect and hope a lot from this team as well. Godlike Esports, they're still struggling. I mean, yesterday, the way the entire course of action in CS went through, I thought that Godlike is going to look very confident, but I believe that's still yet to be found, as the vanilla maps are going to come towards the later half of this entire action. So I'm expecting some kind of performance from their end as well. But overall, SHUL, they are the hot trending topic right now.
Without a doubt, obviously they deserve to be the hot topic, they deserve the limelight, the spotlight, because the way they have been performing back-to-back booyahs, which is giving me some questions. Will they be able to go for hat trick? Well, that time will show us for sure. But right now, we're going to show you the scorecard, and it is 59 points for Team SHUL. Nightmare Esports trailing very closely with NG Pro, sharing the score, 34 points from each of them. But we are going to give a number 2 for Nightmare Esports because of the number of elimination points that they have picked. OnePlus God's Reign with 22 points. Genesis, well, we are repeatedly mentioning they're underperforming, but they are in top 5, Azora.
Genesis top 5, that's a really good sight. But again, this is the fight for top 2, Tanya. And you need to receive towards the upper 2 sections itself in order to qualify towards the semi-finals. Else you have to wait for the next following day. It's as plain as simple. So OnePlus God's Reign, we are still yet to see the kind of performance that they were showcasing towards the first and the second week of the entire league stage. Autobots, on the other end, they have been performing. And in the previous one, I thought that they had some good amount of eliminations, but only 2 is what they have. This is very questionable.
That is a little questionable without a second thought there, but let's have a look at the MVP on the map of Solara. Once again, it's Team SHUL taking away the Booyah and Marvel taking away the MVP title. This time 6 eliminations with 3200 of damage and 10 assists. Koda, Olivia, Ford and Thiva still remains in the game for him. It's working just fine. ACAT with the pet Alvaro. All the information that ACAT needs is being provided with the perfect set of character abilities that he has chosen.
And here's the thing, right? The entire meta of SHUL is so aggressive. 3 rushers. And Marvel always topping the chart. Why? Because he knows how to go ahead and take those front foot battles. And he's always winning them, all thanks to getting the additional information from Koda. And R1, that's the kind of bet you always need. And 4 R1s? Alright. First it was like, you know, the kind of information that usually people prefer is like 9 times, like 3 times you can use R1 in the entire map. So if like 3 players have it, they have total of 9 opportunities. Here they have total of 12 opportunities. No wonder they're going ahead and they're all over the map. They're taking the fight, they're winning against the team, and X-Divine, has been providing some classic support, being the sniper. Far off angle, getting some really good shots, lowering the HP, and that's where the entire team of rushers are just moving forward, getting those eliminations. And yes, the team is looking concrete. Best form ever is what I can say. SHUL, they have achieved this in just 2 games. Total 59
19
points.
And 19 eliminations in 1 game, which is massive.
Whew, pinch me. I'm still trying to digest the kind of information I'm seeing right in front of me. The team stats is speaking volumes. Marvel 3200 and others are just trailing by with fewer points. The game summary, total glue walls is just increasing. First 202 and now 235. Okay. I see what's going on. It's a pattern.
And there's one more thing that I want to talk about. There were only 12 revivals that happened. Now that is very conclusive, very evident that teams are looking forward to decimate the entire existence. They're not allowing the players to go ahead and have an escape plan. So somehow 81 knocks, sure the players were revived, but the entire revival structure was only 12 times any of the players got revived. And longest elimination distance is only 89 meters, which clearly mentions that all the teams were looking forward to have a close quarter duel rather going for a long range battles or something like that. Sniper wars were not the battles that were introduced in. That was only for the cover fire and for the information. It was all about SMGs and shotguns.
And not only that, I would say Aiko Reckoning, the starting fight itself was actually a lost cause for them. They took a really good battle against Vashishta Esports, but the moment where they had to run out, they did not have any escape plan. That's where most of the teams are lacking. Get at least a launch pad or 2, whether like you need at the nick of the time, you have the launch pad, you escape. because 1v2
Yes.
situation most of the time is always not gonna favor you. And specifically, if I talk about when Tiger is still alive, what would you do? And it's a close quarter battle. Tiger always knows how to hit his shots. So that's one of the places where I would say IQ Reckoning also could not perform that well. Most of the teams, Jaunty Gaming, such a big name, but could not perform, itself is showcasing that the competition has suddenly hit sky high.
This is just the start, ladies and gentlemen. 4 more maps remaining. The action still remains due. This is the time for a short break. We will see you on the other side.
Well, those are some jaw-breaking, rule-defining action that we have already seen. SA12 bagging 2 booyahs back-to-back. And this is just the beginning, Tanya. What do you expect more coming in from their end?
Well, I'm a little greedy. I think it might be an hat trick coming in from side of Team SATL. They have been performing so strong, and if I had to predict, they can go ahead and have Bermuda on their name, where they are strong enough to contest any team. And the new strategy with Shanko in the mix, surviving until fourth circle, not introducing themselves to any team, not using any resources, and that is all it takes for Team SATL to go ahead and grab it. If they continue with what is working, I do believe there's no stopping today for them.
That's right. So SATL, they're already in cloud nine, and the kind of performance they're already showcasing, they have the momentum, they have elimination games on point. If I talk about the previous one, 19 total eliminations. So that's like so good. And most of the teams are still dreaming to go ahead and get those double-digit numbers. And here's where things are getting better for them. Getting the booyah as well. 12 total points will be given straight away to them. And now talking about Bermuda, the hot trending topic. These are the teams to go ahead and watch out for. NG Pros, for sure, the kind of performance that they showcased, it's looking really clean. One booyah procured with a total of 78 points and damage of over 20,000. Second place, we have Godlike Esports. And in the third, we have OnePlus God's Reign as well. So three contenders for this particular map. And I still feel somehow SATL will be in the mix of all of that.
I feel Nightmare is also going to give a lot of upset to all three teams right now, which we are seeing. NG Pros, Godlike, OnePlus, God's Reign. Let's see where is Nightmare heading towards. That will only be established once we have a look at the preferred drop spots for each and every team on the map of Bermuda. Because are they looking forward to have an early fight, or are they again going to wait? Well, they are going to have early fight this time against Team Insane. Observatory is to be totally owned by NG Pros. Clock Tower to be contested by Team Genesis. OnePlus, God's Reign, saving themselves for the final battle, and they are going to have a drop at Rimnam Village. Cape Town to be contested by Vashishta and Autobots. Mill will be owned by Team Jaunty Gaming. But look at Peak. That is where I'm eyeing upon Team SHL, Team Godlike, Team Ico Reckoning, and Team Aerobots.
See, at the peak, we are going to see the peak performance of all of these teams, is what I can say. So the rotation game needs to be on point. Jaunty Gaming on the other end, Mill is just like a smoke and mirror situation for them. They will soon head towards peak itself. They know for a fact getting those weaponries are going to be very important in order to have a good fight. And that's where the entire picture of peak is going to come to their mind. This is all manifested, Tanya. This is all manifested. They know how to go ahead, call in those shots. The rotations are going to look really good from all the teams, and they will all reach towards one spot. If it's going to be inside the circle, of course, peak. Else, we all know the other side, the western corner, will be heavily contested from most of the teams, and I'm expecting a lot of fight moving forward, Tanya. This map of Bermuda is going to be so much fun.
Well, talking of fun, I do see some early fights. Sure, we do see Observatory and Mill to be contested by one team each. Each Mill is going to be owned by Team Jaunty Gaming. Observatory for NG Pros. It's not going to go empty. We are going to see some teams in the mix. The teams who are going to disturb the momentum. And if we talk about it, let's see who is looking forward to it, who has got nothing to lose, is the only team who can decide for such play style. And I do believe that Jaunty Gaming's two players will land elsewhere. Sure, two players are going to head towards Mill area, and they don't have a good day today. There's no way they can qualify for now, but we also have to talk about one more thing, which is way more interesting in terms of conversation, which is Caster's prediction.
Oh boy, don't look at me. Please don't look at me. I have favored Genesis in this map. Also reason as how Genesis so badly needs this particular map. They need to go ahead and perform in the map of Bermuda, and that's the reason I've chosen Genesis. Nightmare, well, the confidence, I thought that it's going to be wonky in the initial part, but they have started so well. So yeah, Nightmare. On the other end, NG Pros, well, it's all, it's God's plan.
Talking about Team SHL, I already mentioned, right? I want them to go and grab a booyah and have an hat-trick on their name, which is going to be massive in terms of qualifying. Even if they don't have a good day later on, just about an average day with 10 to 12 eliminations, 8 eliminations, and until fourth to fifth placement point, that should be enough for them to qualify. Talking of Vashishta Esports, they are the huge disruptors in the lobby. They should be able to get some elimination points on their name, because when they pick up up the fight. They're very sure of how to pick up fight. And if there's a third party, now that has to be ruled out, obviously. And then comes one plus God's reign. The best strategy that they pick is dropping down at Rimnam village and not picking up fight until the final circle.
Well, let's just go ahead, dive into the maps of Bermuda as this action is slowly but surely reaching towards a point where teams might understand that this is the gravity of the situation, might as well perform well, and this is the place where everything starts. The third game of today.
We have hit the mid segment for the
Wow.
day, and now the teams who have been underperforming should make sure to start performing. And look at the flight part, so interesting.
Love it.
Bisecting the map in two parts and drop points. One plus God's Reign heading to their default drop point. Or it's Autobots right now on the grounds of Mars Electrics with a split of 50-50. And look at Godlike Esports, they are on the peak. And we saw that there are going to be 4 teams there, and Team SATUL also not heading towards Cape Town. I mean, everybody is deciding something different, and Genesis and NG Pros are fighting up against each other on the grounds of Katlistiva. That is a pretty hasty play coming in from side of Genesis.
Oh boy. It's not a hasty one. They just need quick points. And the one is just lying right around the corner. But unfortunately, I don't think so they can get it just about now. Genesis, sadly, they could not procure that 1 point which was lying around. Now look at the way Zoeb is trying to go ahead, rattle all the toes, and see what's happening around the corner. Hyper, but on the other end, has been caught off guard from the likes of Nightmare, and that's at 1 point which has already been taken. There's another point waiting. Aleem, the trusted. What can he do?
One compound, Aerobots nearby, Aleem versus Arjun. Double pistol, and Aleem will obviously be able to take down Arjun. There was a difference of weaponry, but Kid is trying to go ahead and give a revival. That is exactly where Aleem is also trying to go ahead and give a rush, not allowing that, delivered a lot of damage. Now that was out of syllabus subject that he just went in and delivered one more blow. He's using
He's revived.
to heal up as early as possible, and the player got revived in a blink of an eye. He might have Thiba equipped, and everything worked fine. Aleem got down and out.
Oh my goodness. Else things would have always fallen out of proportion. NG Pros, they're taking another fight. Well, Genesis, this is a long due battle that we all were waiting for. And I don't think so. NG Pros can stand a chance to go ahead and win this one. As Genesis, they've decimated 3 of the players. This is a big blow. NG. Right now, they're just going ahead and surviving. Getting those 3 fallen comrades will be very important. And on the other end, towards the spot of Sentosa, there was a fight in which a couple of players of Autobots have already been dealt with. Team Insane, they're up with 2 points.
Southern Island, sure, that is exactly where Team Insane got their few elimination points. Team Godlike also got 1 elimination, and that is all coming in from Yogi. Now Team Godlike rushing towards Team Jaunty Gaming. How's this battle going to brew? Who is going to cook better? Throwables will be introduced. Shotgun for the starter pack, decimating all the glue walls, all the obstructions, and the rush will come in. There's one knock followed up by other. Team Godlike are finally bringing in their A-level game, and on the course, Genesis has sure been eliminated, but what about Team Jaunty Gaming? One after the other. Look at Ginotra reviving before getting down.
Oh, this is big. Nightmare all of a sudden 6th gear, and Kid is inside the vicinity. Godlike, what can they do in this situation? 3 players still inside the compound. Knocks are coming through. Nobita, that's a lovely initiation, but on the other end, it's Nightmare who's high on confidence. 5 total eliminations in their pocket in the nick of the time. The revival has been struck down. Godlike, in the dying grace, they have created something so good. Nancy, Eco, couple of players still surviving the wrath of Nightmare, but wait a second. 7 points procured. Echo being the last man standing. What can he do?
He did his best, brought one of the fallen comrade. The legacy will continue. The team will not be eliminated. And Nightmare have got one of the best momentum, one of the strongest start on the map of Bermuda, where NG Pros got eliminated. Whoa, that is massive. Big name already down and out. Aerobots with the cover on the tower. Kid will be spotted, and there's no way he can survive this even with P90 in his hand. Super Revive is also not going to bring in any advantage. Rochux is totally covered from all different angles and will be put to sleep.
Overextension is one of the places where Nightmare needs to go ahead and take care of. As Sheikh is running forward, he knows one player is already knocked, the other one will be busy reviving him. Couple of players standing, Nightmare, they're running away, hitting the retreat button. Arjun, this is the spot where he thought that he could at least take the jump pad. But he could not, the launch pad did not work out. And Aero bots, they were quick to understand the 911 was already dialed and the emergency has already been addressed.
Haiku Reckoning. They have got the information of 1 plus God's Reign. They are trying to pick up some fights. Throwables will be introduced to no use except for a little bit of damage. Resources being burnt. Heals will be done. And Observatory owned by 2 different teams where Predator will be out from the circle where Ninja will bank that elimination point. Sohan spotted, taken down. Wota is the last man standing. Ronith jumps in for the support. Will the support be enough? Where Wind Smoke is surviving by the skin of his teeth. It's a 3v2 situation. 1 plus God's Reign have got glue walls covered from all different directions to save themselves from this battle. It is all with the windows. Where are they looking forward to start off battling again?
Well, they are armed to the teeth. 1 plus God's Reign. But here's the thing, right? The circle. That's one of the major concerns. Kaushik. His HP was dwindling, and look at Wota. He just wants to go ahead and constantly take the battle landmines right across, and Ron is the first one to bite the dust. He has been perished. Wota still trying to give the support, but I don't think so this is going to work out for the entire team. Aerobots, they're right around the corner. And I know for a fact that they will take this battle. 1 plus God's Reign, they're 4-man healthy. And this is what differentiates towards a third-party situation. They always would love to address the situation. And look at the way they're constantly just understanding what's happening around them. Awareness on point.
The player who was down will be immediately resurrected, but the fight will not stop. Fight will not take a pause, and Team SH will continuing with the play style which is working best for them, not introducing to themselves to any sort of fight. Using the launch pad, Sheikh is taking a lot of risk. I believe it is more than they can tackle. AC-80 is all it takes, and they are stopping them from jumping away. It delivered a lot of damage, but not enough to tank or deliver a single knock at all. Aerobots had a good strategy, had a good read, but I believe if they were a fraction of a second early, they could have got few knocks on their name.
The giant launch pad, speed, plus the direction, every single thing is on point with this. And now Aerobots, if they're thinking about using the similar kind of a launch pad to head all the way towards the enemy lines, I believe it's going to be a bad call. And that's what they're doing. They're calling in the shots. They're heading all the way towards Katalustiva as the circle is right next to the area. Plantation, Katalustiva alongside Bhima Shakti Strip. All 3 places heavily contested as Vashishta, they themselves are looking on a very shaky start. They're taking a fight against Nightmare. This is a big fault coming in from their end. Tiger inside the cocoon, slowly but surely he's healing himself. And look at the amount of glue walls that has been destroyed from the likes of Arjun. Total 16.
A connection of walk and knock sniper shot coming in from Team Vashishta Esports. Tiger proved his skills once again. Mill is everything right now. It's a quadra takedown coming in from side of Vashishta Esports. Nightmare trying to escape, and that is all they have to do. Make sure to survive until the end. Arjun has got all the responsibilities on his shoulder to revive his teammates. He doesn't have token to work around with. He doesn't have enough money. That's the hunt, right? He's hunting for some tokens.
Yep. And not only that, this man is a treat to the eye. Arjun has done such good wonders. Nightmare is so thankful for this addition in the roster. Such an amazing sniper. And he's still taking the entire baton on his shoulders to revive the entire team. And he's doing so skillfully. rotating outside the circle, knowing where the right spots are, taking those tokens, getting the following members, and there's a level 2 right in front of him. He can go ahead, level his armor up, he can get some good weapons as well, and be ready for the upcoming fight.
Is it enough to bring back all the players? So he's tanking a lot of zone damage. Sure, it's an early zone, will not deliver a lot of damage, but then rotation will take the course and he might get eliminated. The risk is a little higher than the rewards, but he has to do whatever he has to. Plantation totally contested by Team SATUL, Team Godlike versus one more team. Obviously, that's going to be it's going to be Reckoning Esports. IQ Reckoning near to Godlike. Who is going to take down whom? Nobody has got the hands on the compound, but look at Aerobots right now. 6 elimination strong. Jaunty Gaming giving a rush against them. Throwables is the matter of contact right now for both the sides. Wall will be deployed and will be decimated again with the glue wall melters.
Well, Vincent can be a game changer. With the arm, he's posted very back. And Jarvis is the first one to deplete. He's been taken care of as well. This is a big faulty coming in. Jaunty Gaming, somehow they are putting every single thing back together. But the players are constantly going down. They're getting knocked. The last man standing, he's way too far to go ahead and provide the support. And look at the way Aerobots, they're just bringing those members back into the picture. Vincent, he should have stuck with the team. And that's how Jaunty Gaming could have received the chance of winning against Aerobots.
Even if he wanted to go 1:3 split, he could have been to an angle where he could have provided some firepower support, which was a major miss, due to which Jaunty Gaming has lost 3 players. Vincent should be successfully reviving his teammates, but now SATUL again coming into the action. This time they are against Vashishta Esports. 2 players down and out, 1 more knocked. No player lost from the side of Team SATUL. They are again bringing in the AL level game. Are they going to head towards Booyah until the end? But before that, Autobots are picking up some fight. Delivered the damage to Salu. Salu down on his knees. Will he be confirmed? Dash coming in. It's a 1v2 shotgun being used, and Mysterious will be retaliated immediately.
Oh, mysteriously, he has been taken care of. Team Insane, they're still jumping around. Hacker, he's surviving by the skin of his teeth. HP given, and there's a revival that was needed. Mac, what's he doing? He's the only healthy one, and Hacker right in front of him. He needs to take his shots, and he needs to count right about now. Team Insane, they're running away from the situation. But what can this one lone survivor do? M590 in hand. And those explosive shotgun shells can deal a lot of damage if hit right. But it needs to be against a 1v2. And it's not going to happen, as Autobots, they're going to roll with the right amount of action and the firepower.
And while this action, 2 teams are already eliminated. Team Insane and Vincent, who was the last survivor for Team Jaunty Gaming, has also been eliminated. Right now, Team Nightmare Esports, they are the weapon of mass destruction right now in the entire lobby. They are trying to disrupt everybody's rotation, and they're succeeding. They are not being caught off guard. Radhe Thakur with no elimination, sure, but the strongest of support. And IQ Reckoning as well, playing edge to edge, and they are looking safe for now.
That's at one point which Ronith is looking for. And he knows the whereabouts of Vashishta. They're still surviving with just one single strand. And if that breaks, then they're going to be out from this map as well. It's one of their favorites. But unfortunately, they're not been able to perform that well. Godlike, a really good compound. But it's unfortunately open. And from the other corner, they can see every single rotation that's been called in. This is massive information. But how well can they convert it is the question. IQ Reckoning, 6 eliminations, but 1 knock comes through. Ninja, he's been taken care of. And who has done the deed?
IQ Reckoning, with a lot of information and the cover of the ridge, also within the circle, and now are on the receiving end of the zone. Ninja going for the longest route. Shanku spotted, and this is for the first time I'm seeing Team SATUL going for the rotations a little too late, and they have got 2 members surviving. It's not a hat-trick hopping in if they try to exceed their limits, but Nightmare Esports, one of the strongest team in the lobby, are also turning into the ashes by Team Aiku Reckoning, and retaliation will come in from Yogi. Sohan started taken down, 9 eliminations strong, and the revival will not take any longer. Rochak got eyes on Divine. He wants to make sure he does the gatekeeping. He doesn't provide further more rotation chances to Divine, and there's no scope that he can survive this one.
This is bad. He's outside the circle. He's still struggling. But that 1 point, who's it gonna take? Aiku Reckoning versus Nightmare. And X-Divine still surviving. There you go. Information seen. Oh, that was very close for Radhitaku to get the knock. But it's... Wait, who is it? Is it the circle? I believe it's a circle that has got to SA Duel this time around. Godlike, 4 teams already inside the circle, clashing it out for the Booyah. Who's it gonna be?
OnePlus God's Reign, they are the one eliminated. It's all about Nightmare Esports, Godlike Esports, and Reckoning, Aiku Reckoning. 3 players from each side, the cover of the ridge. Blue walls being used, and Godlike will make sure to revive his fallen comrade, and it's a 4v3v3 situation. Throwables, Eco will tank a little bit of damage. Here comes the rush. The team to have the highest advantage is going to be Aiku Reckoning. They're waiting for T2 teams to fight it off, and they take away all the advantage.
Not only that, the circle is preferring them a lot. The fight is out there. It's evident. Couple of knocks coming through. Nightmare, they're still fighting this one through. Last man standing, Arjun, close quarter battles coming forward. But look at the way he's constantly dealing the damage and getting the elimination on his team. He needed those points, and there comes Aiku Reckoning at the nick of the time. They received the Booyah. They were patient enough since a really long time. And that's what happens to the ones who showcases a lot of perseverance, a lot of patience. They receive the Booyah.
All it took was to wait for the 2 teams to have a strong fight, and then they are the one who led strong Booyah. And sure, Team SATUL were denied the hat-trick, but I do believe they were still spotted in top 5. That is more than enough for them to continue on number 1 position with the amount that they have already secured. But talking of which, finally we do see a little bit of momentum or pace being grabbed by Team Godlike Esports. Nightmare, truly destructive. No matter what they are doing, everything so right for themselves to qualify in top 2 positions.
Well, they have also evolved. Next generation is what I can say, and their arc of redemption has already begun. Nightmare all of a sudden shifting gears, getting that top podium position again and again. Top 4 is just like, for them, it's a piece of cake. And from there on, receiving the Booyah, I believe, has to be a bit more strugglesome for them. And I'm expecting in the next following one, they can easily receive that. And talking about the way the entire action has moved forward, let's just go ahead and see that yet again. Oh my goodness. The battle was so close.
Where Team Godlike with 10 eliminations, where he tried to make sure to revive his teammate. Not a wrong thought then, but the process took a little too longer. Where exactly Team Aiku Reckoning pushed in with 11 eliminations. They got the Booyah secured. Sohan, Ninja, Wota, Roneth, the one they have been waiting for way too long, finally achieved. Few blows early on were definitely taken, no matter however they tried to survive. And the first name that comes to my speech is Jaunty Gaming. Now they are on the receiving end for every single time. They're not able to rotate, they're not able to survive, they are not able to do everything that is needed. And now half day is already done, 3 maps are already done, 3 more remaining. Let's have a look at the game standings to get the better information.
I mean, the kind of numbers that have already been racked up, I'm loving the way the chaos is being created. And there you go, Nightmare Esports, they've overshadowed the performance of Aiku Reckoning. This is big. Total 24 points from Nightmare, 23 points from Aiku Reckoning, and this is where things are changing. Nightmare, they have showcased such consistent performance. They are for sure there towards the top 2, and the only next team that they need to decimate is SATUL.
But that's a tough job because right now, whatever Team SATUL is doing, surviving until the end and then picking up the fights and then bagging some elimination numbers. Sure, they couldn't survive more. Zone didn't favor them. The prediction didn't go right for them. But then NG Pros got eliminated by the hands of Team Genesis. Early fight taken wrongly, which is going to be punishing enough by the end of the day if they do not qualify. Let's also have a look at the MVP on this particular map of Bermuda, where Sohan from IQ Reckoning is going to take away the title with 7 eliminations, 2,654 worth of damage with 2 assists. Oscar's dash were very, very eminent. The way he just dashed into the faces of opponents and get some walk-in knocks. Woodpecker, sure seen here, but he did use several other weapons.
Oh, wow. I was about to say I'm missing Marvel, but then I believe the DC arc has already begun. Sohan, lovely performance. And we all know whenever it comes to a heavy-hitting game or a heavy elimination game, IQ Reckoning, they're always there in my mind. And I'm expecting them to start playing in that way. They were not getting the room and space to perform, and now receiving the booyah will for sure give them the confidence that they needed since a really long time. So I'm hopeful that the upcoming maps are going to be even more blissful for most of the teams, as few of them, they're still struggling to find the momentum that we usually talk about. But all of that is going to be right after this short little break.
The stakes are getting higher and the matches are getting more intense here at the TEZ FFMIC India Cup. You guys are watching the league stage again, and this is perhaps the last day where we will be promoting 2 teams on every single day. That means the 2 teams that manage to make it into the top of the table today will get a direct ticket to the grand finals. If you're not in the top 2, well, then you will have to go through the ringer tomorrow, and hopefully you end up in the top 50% tomorrow. But then again, why would you even want to play if you can just get into the grand finals today itself? 3 games remain, and these teams have a fresh start. They need to get into the top 2 as quickly as possible. Who do you think is going to make it, Lucifer?
I thought it was going to be SATUL and as well as Aerobots. That were my 2 predictions, but then came in Nightmare. I was like, okay, that will work. Then we end up seeing NG Pros in that second game. I was like, okay, now NG Pros are in the race. But in the third game, which just ended, and a booyah over there, Crips, it's a reckoning. What is happening? I think the first spot, just like what we saw in week 3, day 2, Revenant X Spark, consistent game, SATUL are doing it. But when we go right now to Purgatory, it's going to be game number 4 starting off. Again, no thoughts on that #1 spot. The fight for #2, and the team on top is OnePlus Godsend. I don't know for what or why. I feel like now it's going to be another team who could look forward to a booyah like OnePlus Godsend. Maybe even John T Gaming. IQ Reckoning already got theirs.
IQ Reckoning already have theirs, but they have a pretty good track record on Purgatory. In fact, OnePlus Godsend and IQ Reckoning have some of the most intense rivalries on Purgatory, and I think we might just see that again given their drop spots. Take a look at that. IQ Reckoning towards the extreme right hand side in Ski Lodge, and then you have OnePlus Godsend who almost always drop in Brasilia. The only team that contests them over there is Nonstop Gaming, but then again, none of these teams fight to the death. Neither OnePlus Godsend nor NG Pros will end up committing to a fight so hard that both of them, that none of them will get eliminated at the start. And that's why towards the end, when Reckoning starts moving towards the center of the circle, OnePlus Godsend and IQ Reckoning have a pretty good fight against each other. But here's the drop spots of the rest of the teams as well. And as you can see, the Western Island is going to be quite contested by Nightmare, Autobots, as well as Vasishta Esports. Godlike today, luckily, have free reign all over Crossroads. There's no Total Gaming in the lobby, so they should be completely fine for the taking.
Now, I have a kind of weird thought of what we could be going for #2. Now, when we ended up seeing week 3, day 2, right, there was 2 teams fighting for it. When we saw even week 3, day 1, for the top team, #1 itself, we almost ended up seeing a fight with #2 also. Car 98 Army, I think, blew the roof completely open. But one trend kind of is following is that if you're in #1 and if you're getting points, your team is for sure going to qualify. The fight for that #2 is now getting wider than ever. Now, in week 3, day 2, we had maybe 2-3 teams, right? Today, it seems like just like how we saw these preferred drop spots as well. And we were speaking about teams to watch out for. There's OnePlus Godsend and John T Gaming. Both so far have not had a great time. Even Vasishta Esports, I'm surprised what's happening, but let's talk about our caster prediction so far, and that's the reason I keep Vasishta Esports. They have a decent record here in Purgatory, should hold strong for it. IQ Reckoning, they just did a brilliant performance, and that's the reason I think I could cascade here. Aerobots, I'm just rooting for them. I think what they did in week 3, day 2, I mean, imagine it's your debut and you right out of the gate surprise everybody to seem like you could qualify. I don't know. I mean, I want to understand, what do you think of that spot qualification?
So I am completely on board with your pick of Aerobots. I completely agree with that. They definitely have the potential. They are kind of a dark horse, and at any given moment, if they just activate that elimination switch, they can get a bunch of points. But I don't fully understand why you picked Vasishta over here. That too in Purgatory. They don't really manage to make it to the 3rd or the 4th circle in Purgatory. So that's why it's a risky pick.
Yeah. They had one last hope of a booyah that they did get a while back. And I'm just counting on that. That is the only reason that I'm seeing a spark in them.
Okay. But apart from that, I think our picks are more or less pretty good. Obviously, I went for a very safe pick of OnePlus Godsend and IQ Reckoning. Both of them have good track records on this map. So let's see whether they are able to continue their performance and maintain that track record, or will someone else come through and upset them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hopping into the 4th game of the day. 3 more games stand in between these teams and 2 tickets to the grand finals in Lucknow. Who's gonna get there? Let's jump into Purgatory and find out.
it starts here. If you have not managed to make your first 3 maps count, you need to make it work here. From here on, all points are in your district. If you're unable to make it work, I think it's going to be a trouble for you. And tomorrow, I think it's going to be even tougher if we give that to them, Crips. I think when we speak about week 4, day 2, the BR mode, top 6 qualify, the battle for it is going to be all out, and I think teams might have some trouble. But we'll wait and watch of how things proceed, because right as of now, Autobots as well as Nightmare, I feel like Nightmare would have been my second pick if not for Aerobots, because today they're showing up, they're looking really good.
Yeah, Nightmare is actually having a pretty damn good day. I did not expect that Nightmare of all teams would step up in such big measures and make leaps and bounds towards that top 2. They're still quite far away from the qualification safe spots, but they've thrown their hat in the ring, and now they are one of the names that you must consider when you speak about the top 2. For now though, Nightmare Esports seem to have their eyes set on Genesis, but I don't think they're too keen on fighting just yet. And as you know, Genesis haven't really had a good track record in the entire tournament so far. I mean, we know them to be a very rotation heavy, macro heavy team, but when it comes to fighting off drop, they don't really have the firepower more often than not. Oh, wait a second. Mysterious has a intruder over here, and he actually gets that elimination. Ridiculous. I think he was just running over here to dodge the bullets from someone else, but he didn't realize that there would be Arjun right here. And winning a fight against Arjun this close in the sniper tower is a big deal, because right now he is the #1 elimination leader.
Trying to continue that fight. Autobots, not a great game, but taking down Nightmare would be a big upset for Nightmare themselves, and it seems like instantly they cut that fight. They decide we do not want to go forward with it. And we were also, I think, during our own session of discussion, we were talking about this. I think Radhe Thakur in the mix of Nightmare should be a team that should manage to qualify. There's been a lot of up and downs for them, and now with a lot of major teams who look forward to tabletop in terms of eliminations individually or as a team, now they are out, so your path is almost clear. You still have an opportunity, and I think Nightmare slowly are grasping that idea that, hey, I think this is our best opportunity to qualify. Let's make it happen. And so far, at least in the first 3 games, they've done it.
Yeah, in the first 3 games, Nightmare have done enough to throw their hat in the ring, and maybe they can just start popping off in the last few games to actually make that running successful. But quite a lot of teams have also made different moves. As you can see, SATUL, instead of going towards fields and capturing that heaven compound towards the north of Brasilia, have this time decided to go south towards the campsite region. And the same decision was taken by Jaunty Gaming as well. So maybe these teams have a read about the circle. They are expecting it to end somewhere over here. Back in Brasilia, you have Godlike Esports, who came all the way down from Crossroads to Brasilia right now, and they're on the northern ends of that central town, so they should also be pretty safe. Nobody to really fight them. OnePlus God's Reign might be fighting off a bit more than they can chew, because as you can see, these guys are moving south, but within a matter of seconds, Nightmare Esports have been eliminated entirely. These guys were getting hunted to the ends of the earth. They started in Marble Works, where they lost 1 player against Genesis Esports, and then they were falling prey to other teams as well. So yeah, Nightmare Esports just ended up distributing 4 points to different teams over here. 2 of them went to Autobots, 1 of them went to Genesis. I kind of lost track on who the 4th player fell prey to, but certainly not a good story for him.
I think the story that we were talking about them until 3 games right now just crumples up.
It just disappeared.
That was all about it. Yeah. They still have other games, so we'll yet give it to them.
Yeah. I'm still not calling it Caster's Curse though. I don't claim responsibility at all.
Hey, I didn't even say that, Crips. That's the reason. I didn't say anything. But let's come to this. I really like the play from Aerobots. While you already spoke about OnePlus God's Reign making a rotation, right? They could be in a fight with NG Pros. There was one player from Aerobots who was scouting on NG Pros, but it seems like they were the ones to flush them out. And Sheik somehow separated from the team, and now Alim, he was the one who had to give information. Seemingly, he's gone further up, and therefore his teammates who were left behind, I think it was the last man who had to make a jump, and NG Pros instantly pounce upon them. And OnePlus Godsend, for now, I think maybe we'll be just listening to that fight, waiting for another opportunity. Now, all these three teams fighting, it's only Aerobots right now closer towards that top #2. They're not at #2, but they can be. But SATL, a team at #1, Crips, and I'm pretty sure they would want to keep that ongoing. While Nightmare might have suffered a little bit of a upset here in Purgatory, things will not seem the same or ring the same for SATL, because we know the way they've started things off, that eat, sleep, repeat emote also they were doing on camera, they would want to continue that.
They would definitely would. NG Pros too want to continue their reign of terror as they keep getting eliminations on Aerobots. And Aerobots have been reduced down to just one player. They are surviving on their last legs. Sham OP in Lumbermill has access to vending machines and recall towers, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to recall his teammates without any repercussions. He gets Alim back, but that's about it.
I think this is the best opportunity for Aerobots to catch up on the race. If they miss this with Nightmare out, I think Nightmare should be the team qualifying.
Correct. That's actually a very good observation. Nightmare going out of this particular map kind of opens up the spot for all the other teams. But take a look at that team, Insane Esports. They are landing into Brasilia, but they don't know that Godlike Esports already have control over this quadrilateral of houses. Insane Esports RNS, he tries to take pot shots at Nobita, but Nobita has just way too much movement speed. RNS dashes all the way up the stairs, completely ignoring his opponents. Hacker manages to get another knock, but Yogi is just putting down the Hurt Locker. He's taken down 2 players already. At the same time, you've got Nobita trying to nade inside, hoping to make sure that his teammates don't get in trouble. Iko up close with that Woodpecker, still manages to win that fight. Hacker will eventually trade him out, but now it's down to a 2v2. And this might just be a mutually assured destruction kind of game where both the teams suffer insufferable losses. It's all down to Nobita. He's trying to shoot their feet out, and he's just doing tickling amounts of damage. Avijit is literally out healing that Mag 7. And at this point, I feel so bad for Nobita. With so much effort, he finally manages to get the knock onto one more player, but Avijit comes in to the last second and rescues Hacker. That's Insane Esports, knocking out Godlike.
Opportunities being lost, and while this fight was ongoing, Vasistha Esports also get eliminated. NG Pros, now the fight strikes. The rotation that we did see on the map. OnePlus Godsend, they've already brought Struggle to his knees. Anubhav gets exchanged. Windsmoke coming in as the savior. Unsure out in the open. Spotted by Cropsy. That's another knock. Cropsy and Manu it is to save the day. Going in for another. Cropsy trying his best. Running around those glue walls and gets another knock. It's down to one last survivor from OnePlus Godsend. Cropsy has brought 2 of the players, and now NG Pros can easily stabilize themselves around Central. But it seems like OnePlus Godsend's last survivor made a quick getaway, and you can see he's also revived his teammate Kaushik, making a quick run.
Insane Esports call back RNS and Salu. They are back down to all 4 players. Oh no, the moment Hacker tries to make that happen, Marvel gets the elimination on him. Luckily, Anubhav lands on the house which has a vending machine, so he's going to be able to get Hacker back instantly. But then again, this is a loss which they shouldn't have suffered. Jaunty Gaming also making a revival from the dead. 3 players revived by Vincent, and Jaunty Gaming also are back in the running. This Brasilia area sure is getting more and more populated as the circle moves towards it. Genesis Esports had control over the harbor compound near the river, but it seems like they can give up on it now considering the circle won't shift away from the main island. But there's still a bunch of teams stuck on the southern island. Jaunty Gaming was one of them. Vincent managed to get that res in Lumber Mill, but now his players will have to land all over the place. And 2 of them are in campsite. Not a good spot to get caught out when you don't have any glue walls to your name. Oh, they see
Aerobots.
They see him in the arsenal.
What will he do? Does he have an opportunity? I mean, maybe even find one elimination. That's the best. They're all now pushing onto him. Kunal getting hit by the play zone. And now the players is going to be tough. And finally he goes down. Cover coming in from Jarvis, but these shots are not going to affect Aerobots. It might do damage, maybe a knock, but they have players in plethora around and they will quickly revive, get that confirmation and quickly get into the circle, because Aerobots, they've managed to somehow save themselves from a very early elimination when NG Pros struck upon them.
Yeah, and they not only survive that fight against NG Pros, they actually thrive enough to get multiple eliminations onto Jaunty Gaming. They found that one poor guy in the arsenal, but as Jarvis tried to save him, they shot Jarvis down as well. So it's a pretty damn good game from the side of Aerobots so far. 4 eliminations to their name, have a good spot in campsite. Sure, they might not enjoy the center of Brasilia. They don't have an urban compound to call their own so far, but I'm sure they'll be able to find their way in. Real estate over here is getting quite scarce though. You've got Reckoning Esports who have taken control over that northwestern sector of the houses. They've got the spread house and the garage house as well. Take a look at Insane Esports. They are heading towards the central cluster. SATUL on the other hand, they are more than happy to take control of the garage house towards the southern end. But Autobots, I wonder how long they can stay towards that riverside compound. Insane Esports make their jump. 1+ God's Reign also landing on the beaches. It's like they are in Normandy. And unfortunately this time, the people laying down the trenches on the beaches are NG Pros. You don't want to go up against them when you're trying to cross the river. And if at all things go wrong, Autobots might just third party on this fight because they've got angles. SATUL can just peer out of their houses a little bit to get angles. Struggle finds a knock. Anush and Kaushik both down. Windsmoke up in tatters. And within a matter of seconds, 1+ God's Reign is out. We touted this team to be one of the best teams in Purgatory. I have them as my potential winners in my predictions. And now they're out at 9th? That's ridiculous, man. Keep in mind that these guys landed in Brasilia to begin the game.
Yeah.
And then they went south. And the re-entry into Brasilia cost them their lives.
I think it's just about that discussion of what fights they would like to pick. I think this is also something that we were talking about. A couple of teams, when we are getting closer to our qualification weeks and there's just grand finals right ahead of them, under pressure, they're not able to make the right decision and they're just going for it. They're like, we need points, let's look forward to an opportunity. No, they know where teams are. Without reading into the circle, making a hasty decision like that, and that did not work out, and then you had to get back into the original position, and now you're completely contested. 1+ God's Reign in that trouble. But continuing that spree of eliminations, NG Pros, they're happy. They seem to be full in control. And Jaunty Gaming, they're suffering defeat after defeat. Week 3, day 1 was the best performance that we saw from their end, and after that, it has just been a downhill roll down.
Yeah, man, Jaunty Gaming at this point are just the punching bags of the lobby in this game at least. They've revived their players so much that I'm kind of losing count of how many times they've died. It's like that one unnamed block in Mario. The more you punch it, the more coins you get. That's what Jaunty Gaming is like right now. You punch them, you get a couple of coins to your name. Oh my god, though, Jaunty Gaming, I speak their name and they are back with fury. Kunal with double eliminations. He's knocked Manu as well. Cropsy will now fight Vincent. Can you imagine what would happen if Jaunty Gaming managed to clutch out this 2v4? This is ridiculous because Vincent gets one more. And it's just Cropsy. Within a matter of seconds, NG Pros are down to their last legs. Unfortunately, Reckoning Esports will also fall. So 2 of my predictions are down the drain now. It's just up to Cropsy. And if he dies, then so do my predictions. It's just him and Vincent locked in an awkward 1v1. Neither of them wants to jump out of the window first, but Cropsy with the better movement gets Vincent down. Meanwhile, Aerobots, they've used this distraction really well and they managed to get towards the other end of this garage house. Jaunty Gaming goes out, but Autobots, a team which did not even have a place to call home at first, now are sharing a lovely compound with SATUL.
This was a fight that we already spoke about, and we did mention that SATUL could hinder their progress. But in the meantime, progress being completely stalled for NG Pros, last man surviving Cropsy. He did manage to eliminate Jaunty Gaming, but it's not going to be enough for survival in these final circles. Autobots, it's going to be the same ring for them. It's not going to be enough for them to have a roof. They need to have a proper cover, and they'll be easily scouted in all directions. Aerobots right in front of them. Genesis who've made an entry. Mac, I think he can be their savior. If he's able to spin something new, there could be an opportunity for Autobots to actually take a neighboring compound of SATUL and then later look forward to a fight where SATUL, as you can see, they're not even interested. They're not even closer to the windows of Genesis. And Autobots, I think the decision's been made. Mac close to Zoeb. Zoeb did not give him the access, but the information's relayed. Zoeb again spotting that player, and now it was a run back as Autobots. Mac has reunited with his teammates. However, Aerobots, it's time for them to shift gears because the circle is finally shifting, and this fight or the position that they are in is going nowhere.
Yeah, Genesis will have to evacuate their compound first. So will Aerobots. Both these teams have just a couple of inches in their particular houses to their name. And when the circle stops shifting, they both will be forced to move first. Autobots and SATUL have a lovely opportunity to continue racking up their elimination count. Aerobots, if they play their cards right, they will be forced to evacuate the last. They can get as many eliminations while the other teams are forced to come out in the open. But now, Genesis, it's about time they move out. And as you can see, this garage house has way too many tenants. Somebody jack up the rent prices over here because this is way too many players in one house. It's all cramped up. There's no place to call home. Mac gets popped down by Zoeb with the shotguns. And now he's using the corridor to get into it. The rest of the forces of SATUL who are already jumping out of the windows. Hyper up close with that sniper. Gets the knock. Mayank will be able to find one of his own. Shanku with the bison sprays down Mayank and gets that trade. But the bombardment is insane. And SATUL somehow survived that onslaught. Genesis Esports though, that's insanity because the nade gets two. Itazo with a double elimination has way too much shrapnel damage to his name. X-Divine falls and that's the final member of SATUL going down. It's now a 4 versus 4. Genesis Esports have too much to handle. Sheik and Hyper get the knock each, and Sheik with the final elimination. The triple from this man to get Aerobots there, Booyah, is absolutely insane. How on earth have they pulled it off? They had just a few inches to their name. Just a few inches of that ball as cover, and they go beyond it to claim the whole map as their own.
You spoke about them. You mentioned if they play their cards right, they should be the last ones out, making it towards the shift. And they rightfully did so. They waited for as long as possible, and as soon as Genesis were forced to make a push, SATUL started jumping down. Autobots started firing on them. SATUL had to fend off Autobots, and in that meantime, Genesis decided to take advantage, and SATUL and Genesis happened, and Aerobots see like, hey wait, this is our best opportunity. This is the time that we have to act upon. And they rightfully do so. What a wonderful conversion coming in from Aerobots, and banking on it again. This was their map. As soon as Nightmare were out, if Aerobots did not count on this, if they did not convert this, it was for sure some other team. Like we already know, Godlike was close to that #2, NG Pros were close, Aiko Reckoning after their Booyah. So Aerobots, if they did not make this one count, that would have been a lost cause. And finally, they do make it a worthwhile situation. But you have to give it to SATUL as well. The way Divine and Shanku were fighting for survival, irrespective that they were getting pummeled by bullets multiple times. But what a show that we just witnessed here in Purgatory. But imagine, this is the comeback for a lot of teams who are looking forward to #2 as we jump to the final short scripts.
Exactly. Autobots, Aerobots, all of them needed those points desperately. SATUL don't need the points, but it's actually pretty cool that they managed to stay alive into the top 3 and get a bunch of eliminations as they finally go out in the blaze of glory. I do feel kind of good for Genesis though. I don't know if this will be enough, but Itazo getting that triple elimination is super nice because I vouch for Itazo a lot as a player, as an individual. But this time, it was Sheik who managed to get that final few shots with his M590 in the end and claim that Booyah for himself. He was using the Chrono Bubble so well, and his movement was superb out of that entire Chrono Bubble. Whether he's going inside it, whether he's dipping out, he's just dancing between the bubble and he's just avoiding damage while he's making sure his shots land. Insane performance from Sheik. He gets his team the Booyah. 12 eliminations, meaning they have 24 points in total. That's a pretty respectable scoreline. And this is something they needed to do, especially since Nightmare is no longer in this lobby. In fact, some of the teams that we were counting on, teams like OnePlus God's Reign, Godlike Esports, IQ Reckoning, some of the teams that we thought would do really, really well in this map, did not actually have a good time. Jaunty Gaming, sure, they have 9 points, but then again, we expected much more from them. So, props to Genesis Esports in this game for getting 20 points. Much needed for them, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to get them into the top 2. Same with NG Pros and SHUL. Plenty of eliminations to their name so they can hold their head up high.
Let's jump into the MVP. It is going to be none other than Sheik. You've been complimenting him, crediting him, all of it, and I think he does deserve it. The way he played, and also he was having Cassie as his main ability, and that tells us, right, that he had to be there for his teammates, and very well played. As a support, we would have maybe thought of a lot of knockdowns coming through from his end, but he's also managed to pick up those eliminations that his rushers were able to find, and that tells us that he was ready to gun them down as well as save his teammates, and that worked out really well throughout for Aerobots, and a very crucial game that they were able to lock into. And along with him, Hyper helping him out, and Skylar is going to be used by Sham, and it is going to be Aleem, the last man in that rusher category, pushing out with Tatsuya. And I think a very nice picturesque performance coming through from Aerobots here in Purgatory to get their deed done of a victory. It was necessary, and as we say, right, if you don't do it now, it gets difficult, and Aerobots, they've done it for now in this one map.
Look at the damage numbers. Quite a lot of disparity between them. Sheik, though, while his damage isn't that much higher than Aleem and Sham OP, the 7 eliminations really make a big difference. Hyper didn't get to do much in this particular game, but given the amount of damage he has, 2 eliminations makes a lot of sense. He still got 7 assists though, which is pretty nice considering he's a bomber, and the fact that his nades connected means a lot of the work was done by him without even actually aiming down at his enemies. So he's extracting good value out of those utilities. Let's take a look at the overall summary of the game. 40,000 damage in total. Quite humble for a game of Purgatory, in my opinion. 62 total eliminations is nice. I'm guessing a bunch of them were because Jaunty Gaming and, if I'm not wrong, who else was struggling with their eliminations a lot. There was one more team, I'm kind of forgetting their name, but a lot of them contributed to those 62 eliminations because they were reviving. Yeah, it could have been OnePlus God's Reign. I mean, they had to revive their players a lot, which led to these elimination numbers stacked up to 62. But overall, this was a pretty lackluster game, with the longest kill also being 106 meters, which is more on the honest and the more humble side of things. But speaking of humility, Aerobots don't have any humility in this particular moment because they are holding their heads up high. They have just shot up to the 3rd spot. They are shooting distance within Nightmare Esports.
As of now, I think I'm ready to count off Vasista Esports, Team Insane Esports, and Jaunty Gaming in terms of qualification, at least here in week 4, day 1. That is because of the points they have. I think even Autobots to an extent with Ico Reckoning, because I think closer to the 40 mark, you still have an opportunity, but I would still keep Autobots. It's like, hey, a Booyah can change your fate. That 20 to 30 point bomber coming in your favor could give you that jump that is necessary. Now they're sitting at 32. Get that 30, you will push up to 52. Maybe the last game works out, but I think by that time both Aerobots, Nightmare, NG Pros, OnePlus God's Reign will start increasing in their fights in terms of the total numbers and the elimination that they get. But however, I think so far what we've witnessed here in Purgatory tells us that teams are slowly understanding what's happening in and around and how would they want to make it theirs, right? Which is going to be better for them. And when we look at it from that direction, so far I think every team till that 9th spot that we spoke about is doing a phenomenal job. But who's going to bag it? That's the main question, right? Now we are coming to the last 2 games. It's Kalahari and Nextera. You have to bank on the strongest cards. Now Nightmare, even after they went out on a 0-pointer game, they still had that hashtag 2. The buffer that they had was enough. And I think teams have to now start figuring out if they're getting to the top 2 now here in Kalahari, they have to create enough buffer. Even if their last game somehow, worst case scenario, fumbles up, we are still good to go into the grand finals.
Yup, and that's exactly why for some of these teams who are towards the bottom, the hopes are dwindling, and the best that they can do is learn as much as they can about the lobby today, so they can use that information tomorrow. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, while we will be promoting 2 teams from this entire team list today, 6 more will qualify tomorrow.
We wait and watch, but right as now, we'll go for a quick short break to make a quick getaway for everybody to get an intention of what they could do, figure things out, and make better off right now, because Kalahari and Nexter are the upcoming 2 games, and we'll take a look at what's going to be happening after this short break. Don't go anywhere. After a climb up the hill, teams are now slowly closing that gap to #2. Now, how far are they going to be after Kalahari will be decided in a short while. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is going to be Crips. And Crips, I want to understand, heading over to Kalahari, do you think it's going to be SATL still there and along with them some other team, or is it going to be Nightmare?
I think it's still gonna be Nightmare. All they really have to do right now is not have a bad game. Even if they don't get a great game, even if they don't have a big 10-20 elimination match, if they have like 5 elimination points, 5 placement points, and they just keep getting 10 points in every game, they should be fine. They should be good. SATL at this point, I don't think they can be dethroned at all. The gap between them and Nightmare itself is just a bit too much. And let's be honest, all the teams are going to be targeting Nightmare first. They won't even aim at SATL. Because even if you ruin their games, even if you make them get eliminated very early on, I think they can still survive. They've got like 80 plus points. So they have a pretty good chance of making it through today. But in Kalahari, there's a bunch of other teams who really want that spot. And while IQ Reckoning, Godlike Esports and NG Pros, while all three of them are amazing on Kalahari, Reckoning and Godlike Esports might not make it to the top 2 today, considering their performances in the previous game. NG Pro still might have a chance though. So Nightmare Esports and NG Pros, these guys are going to be going loggerheads against each other.
NG Pros, you mentioned about survival, right? I think for NG Pros, it's about survival here in Kalahari. If they make it out, get themselves a booyah, they might be in contention for #2. They are so close. They are with Aerobots hand in hand, and they need to get to that spot. Ico Reckoning as well could be an opportunity. They could strike, get their hammer up, and then start pushing forward. I think that's all about what teams would want to do. As we'll also quickly talk about the preferred drop spots, which gives us an idea if there's an early elimination for so set teams who are looking forward to getting to #2, and there it is. Nightmare might have a clash at Refinery with Godlike, while NG Pros at Bayfront should be having their own good time to get their loot and from there on move ahead and think about the fight they want to take this time. All I'm wondering, Crips, is if they are going to be the ones heading out of Bayfront going towards confinement, if OnePlus God's Reign are there or some other team, are they going to be the ones charging from the start, or like in the previous map, slow down things and then when the circles are closing in, they jump in?
I think it's wiser for NG Pros to go towards Command Post and Santa Catrina more, because teams like Genesis, who are supposed to land towards the sub, will move towards Command Post first. And then even Nightmare for that matter, while they are somewhat stubborn, I don't think they need to contest Refinery that hard against Godlike, because Godlike are even more stubborn and Godlike are much better at fighting in Refinery. So teams like those will head towards Command Post, they'll go towards Santa Catrina. And Santa Catrina, now that everybody knows that Total Gaming is not in the lobby anymore, Santa Catrina is going to be very heavily contested, because everybody stays away from that spot. Everybody fears Total Gaming. Now that they're not over here, everyone's like, okay, cool, Santa Catrina is actually available. We might as well use that.
I think a lot of teams right as now are still kind of figuring out of who gets that #2 spot, right? We've been continuously talking about this. There's that power chord missing, I feel like. When Total Gaming was there in the lobby, and I don't know, for some reason the conversation always strikes over there. When we kind of were playing in our online qualifiers, and then we started the league stage off, the discussion was always circling around Godlike, because they seemed like that powerhouse, right? Everybody, every game, every map, they were always out. And Total Gaming right now, somewhere in that mix, I think Godlike should take up that spot. They should rein back that power in. We'll see if that is going to be there, as your caster predictions are up on your screens, and you can already see Crips has made that decision for Godlike. I've not gone for them because I'm still feeling like the discussion we had, right, is they're ending towards week 4's day 4 action. They want to qualify in that. They want to get all the flavors of all the action, and I've decided maybe NG Pros, this is the game. We already saw them, teams to watch out for. It should be their opportunity to get themselves the booyah.
Yeah, I mean, 2 booyahs already in Kalahari, 90 plus eliminations to their name on this map. NG Pros are a very obvious choice, so that's exactly why both of us have picked it first. That was a no-brainer. Godlike, on the other hand, I'm picking them up now, even though I don't believe in them to win the booyah, because I think they can have a very high elimination game. Since they control Refinery off drop, they will be experiencing a lot more traffic of these teams, and they will be encountering more players simply by virtue of being in the center. Now, Aerobots, I'm kind of regretting picking them up for Kalahari. I should have made this prediction in the previous game, but I didn't expect them to be this good, you know. The reason I picked Aerobots over here is because while they aren't exactly booyah material, they survive really well, especially if the circle is anywhere between Refinery and Command Post. They find such tiny nooks and crannies, and no other team can survive over there, but these guys make it work.
I think in terms of survival fight, Aerobots you have to give it to that. We didn't even see in the previous game, they had barely enough space to kind of fight off, fend off or survive in Purgatory, but they still managed to make sure that they are the last ones out when the circle is moving, when the zone's shifting. Very well played from there. And I've gone for Vasista Esports again. So my predictions are basis on the recent matches as well as the overall status and the details that we end up seeing in terms of the numbers. So Vasista Esports, they again get a recent booyah and I'm banking on that. However, I think right now this decision of putting in the predictions was a little earlier and looking at their performance. Now, I might have decided to change it, right? Whereas IQ Reckoning, I still kind of decided to stay on them because they are still really good. Let's see if they're able to do better here. Somehow in the previous map, they missed out. But it's time for Kalahari. It's time for a map to decide before the ultimate one, the penultimate action, if it is an option to get that hashtag too, because SATL are running away.
SHUL, they've got that baton in their hands, the torch is lit, and they're heading towards the Olympic flame, heading towards the grand finals, ready to blaze a path for everyone else. Let's see who else has iron feet strong enough to walk that same fiery path that SHUL are laying down. For now, SHUL, like I expected, will immediately go towards Santa Catrina. They will very heavily capitalize on the fact that Total Gaming is no longer over here. Aerobots have a little bit of a direction change. Aerobots, instead of going towards the sub, go towards Stone Ridge instead, and now they're picking up an early battle against SHUL. This could be dicey for both the teams. Godlike, on the other hand, are uncontested on Refinery. I guess Nightmare Esports also decided to back off from here, and as of now, if I'm not wrong, Nightmare Esports aren't anywhere close to a fight, so they should be able to maintain their top 2 spots, at least for the time being.
Let's hope. Fingers crossed. Points matter right now. Last 2 games. Same goes for Aerobots. They cannot go out. And that too by SATL. If SATL keep getting the points, they're already making a run. Their hashtag 1 is safe, sound. And it seems like players from SATL are ready to gather around Riptide Rhythm being used. But the timing of the player to rotate out was very nice. But for Reckoning, it doesn't seem that way. Godlike. They want to completely trap them out. One of the players were trapped, and that's Water. He's already down. Sohan and Ronit trying to help him out, but it's not going to happen. They will confirm that elimination, become the first elimination leader in the lobby, and Yogi providing them sniper support. And Ninja, he is down. That sniper is not in action, and now you can see Godlike are ready to charge upon Ico Reckoning, making sure they're also not just the first elimination to be found in the lobby, but even the first team to be eliminated. And Ninja is the last man right now. What can he do? Finds one knock. He's also put down to the ground. But seems like one player made a getaway in front of our eyes.
Yup. And that's gonna be the one player who manages to keep them alive. Reckoning Esports still quite spread out. They have plenty of chances of revival. They don't even have too many losses to their name. But Godlike with 3 eliminations are already racking up all these points. To what end? I don't know if they can still mount a comeback, but hey, I think they just want to make a statement about them being the Kalahari Kings. Reckoning Esports managed to get the res onto Sohan again. Meanwhile, Genesis Esports, a rare occasion where they're picking up the fight first. And this is happening towards the south of Mammoth. This is not even towards like the area between Sub and the Mammoth. It's literally south of it. This is an area which literally nobody even needs to come towards because there's nothing to loot over here. But Genesis find 3 eliminations here, so good for them. Meanwhile, back on the top of Sub, Insane Esports are fighting Nightmare. And I did not expect Nightmare to come down towards the Sub this early on. I thought they wanted to avoid all these battles, but I was sorely mistaken. And I'm glad, because I wanted them to get into a fight. I want to see some entertainment.
You've got it. And Genesis, the ones who managed to get out from Sub, move in the other direction, looking forward to those eliminations. And as you rightfully said, there's nothing much over there. And now they have to make a quick getaway. Reading it right, but it's not going to be enough. In the skies itself, they keep shooting you down. Nightmare. They're not just in your dreams. They're in all positions that you decide to make a runaway. They get that elimination. Nightmare. They know the players have managed to make a quick run towards Mammoth. Rochuk spots that the call's been given. While that's happening, Vasista Esports on a fight with Autobots. And Autobots, they try to get closer, but same like Vasista Esports in terms of the points, both of them are lacking, not having a good day. However, they find that first, but seems like Autobots were undecisive of this fight. A couple of players far away, some nearby. Mayank gets a knock. Sohail, last man, he's on the outside, running left, right and center, shooting through the chrono. Doesn't land anything. Finally, he's down to his knees. And we spoke about Mac, but it seems like finally Mac trying to take the decision of a fight as Mayank is still up and fighting, firing. But I think this could be a problem. Swaroop and also the last man surviving from Vasistha Esports. If this is not played out right, even Vasistha Esports could be eliminated, and they play that right, and Mac will be now running away in the other direction.
And Jaunty Gaming, surprisingly, are picking up a fight against, if I'm not wrong, NG Pros right now. That was a very decisive battle for the side. But Vasistha Esports, very risky pick. Look at that play. Swaroop manages to get that vending machine access and res his teammates right under the noses of Autobots. Mac is going to be so disappointed because he could have stopped that from happening, but he was just powerless to do so. And even Mayank, he knows exactly where is, but he has to use the Oscar Dash, burn it early on to get the angle on him. But is just playing them like a fiddle. Oh no, but poor Swaroop gets caught out. Swaroop came in to help but has accidentally escaped while leaving Swaroop to die over there. So Hale, he doesn't expect to come all the way around. And once again, Swaroop gets plugged into the vending machine. Vasistha Esports are abusing this vending machine to their heart's content, and Autobots are powerless to stop them from doing so.
That opportunity lost. Mac, you mentioned he had to use that. He knew there's somebody using the vending machine. And imagine Vasistha Esports, I don't know if there was a counted measure, if it was a thought process, but they end up in that same place, revive their players. Unfortunate for that to happen. While that happened, another unfortunate situation. Jaunty Gaming do get eliminated. NG Pros, they managed to do it. But right now, Nightmare and Aerobots, the top two contenders for the #2 spots, spotted at the sub. Kid trying to take a fight, unable to land any shots, but that's information, and it seems like Nightmare are rallying up for this fight against Aerobots.
Yeah, they really want Aerobots down. It's like they know exactly who the biggest threat in the lobby to them is. And by targeting Aerobots and making sure they get eliminated now, they will have secured themselves some breathing space. Alim down. Oh no, Kid gets shot by SHUL instead. Take a look at this, people. The top 3 teams locked on against each other. And Marvel gets that confirmation onto Kid 26. Meanwhile, the person that Kid knocked hasn't been eliminated yet, I believe. Or is he still bleeding out in that sniper tower?
No, I think there was a quick revive instantly. He decided to give up and the revive's done.
Okay. Interesting enough, both the teams end up relinquishing that elimination point and opt to get their players back online by the use of vending machines instead. And of course, recall towers too. Both of them are available near the sub. And Nightmare have control over them both, so why not?
Ooh, this is an interesting one. Mannu, with Godlike, he's already found the elimination. Godlike so far. And you even spoke about them. Is it too late of what they're doing right now here in lobby? And it seems to be. And NG Pros are like, we might not still be late. We still have an opportunity to fight for that #2. And NG Pros, the most likely in the entirety as we started the qualification for the grand finals, they should have been the first ones taking the ticket to the grand finals, and still they're fighting, somewhat struggling in week 4 is a big surprise for everybody. And now they're fighting with Godlike, another team that everybody thought should manage to qualify, but their performance since week 1 has been a drop, and Godlike still unsure of what they can do to qualify.
Yeah, Godlike and NG Pros were supposed to be the favorites for everyone. Me included. I thought they would have no problems qualifying at all, but hey man, everybody's making it very difficult for them, especially Aerobots and Nightmare Esports. Nightmare have also made their entry in towards the command post area. There was a bit of a nade knockdown, but not a problem, since Aerobots will be able to revive their fallen player. Nightmare Esports too get the res onto Kid 26 for the second time in this game. And now that they realize that there's too much heat in this area, Aerobots decide to take control of the one compound to the south of command post, closer to the arsenal. I don't really mind this. They still have decent access to the vending machine if at all they need to get the res onto Sham. But I think they'll wait for someone else to start fighting before they head back in towards that vending machine on command post. Nightmare Esports, vantage point for them. Securing the cell tower on this confinement area. They should be able to keep tabs on pretty much every team in the vicinity from this spot. And the only team that can actually shoot back at them would be someone who's on top of Refinery. So, not a lot of threats.
NG Pros just lost Manu. But Yogi, he gets an AWM and a nice shot. And you mentioned from the ends of Refinery, these shots come through. And Nightmare now have to clear that tower. They cannot stay there for long. 3 players from Godlike firing.
They can always
if
just
that
call
continues,
down a monster truck on top of that tower to just mark, a little bit of permanent cover for themselves. I've seen Nightmare do it before. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again.
But I think it's very unlikely, and once their position's revealed, right, staying over there is going to be even more difficult. Everybody will start shooting at them. And you can already see Rochak and Radhe Thakur, Kid 26, all of them have made a move. Arjun is the only one, and Godlike finally make a jump with Yogi still behind to provide the cover fire. But Aiko Reckoning, they have a fight with 1+ God's Reign at the edge of the southern end of the circle. And Reckoning, Ninja had made a quick move and 1+ God's Reign have an opportunity, but Predator, too many glue walls being propped up and the revives done, and he's all alone stuck in that container.
No way out. He has no choice but to throw down a couple of grenades before he finally goes down. That was basically a kamikaze attack. He knew he's gonna die. Might as well try to secure some martyrdom related frags and just throw down nades before he goes down. Unfortunately, won't find anything. So that's 1+ God's Reign having yet another bad game in Kalahari and exiting early. NG Pros though continue to rack up their eliminations. They find Kid 26 again. I think this is the 3rd time Kid 26 has died in this entire game.
Yeah.
And I think he's the only person who's giving away points from the side of Nightmare Esports. But Nightmare in some real trouble right now as their area is getting contested. They really want to repel Godlike away from this house, and they managed to do so, sending Godlike packing straight into the arms of SHUL. Now these two top teams clashing against each other up close in the locker room. Nancy exposes himself with that glue wall, but Arsh goes down. Ego connects that jumping shot. The glue wall breaks once again, and Nobita plugs up another glue wall, hoping to find some space for himself. Arsh gets finished off, but unfortunately Yogi, who was staying back to provide his team some cover fire, will not be joining them. Now it's just these 3 inside the garage. Marvel still trying to make it outside. He tries to make a move towards the doorway, but it's blocked by another glue wall, so he goes towards the other doorway, and he's managed to make it out of the house. But can he get away? No! He actually makes it! Are you serious?
Yeah.
Reckoning Esport actually help him get away from this one. What a blunder from the side of Godlike. They could have had another elimination, but that's okay. As long as they keep their players alive, as long as they still have 3, they should be fine. They can't get too greedy right now because there's plenty of targets, and I'm sure they will be given more opportunities later on.
Look at Reckoning making this smart move. The reason that Godlike are right now stuck is because of Aiko Reckoning. Yogi was out trying to provide cover fire in case any of the players from SAT will make a run, and Aiko Reckoning, they put him down. And with Yogi out, there was no cover, and Godlike had to take up that fight in its entirety. And once Marvel made it out, they couldn't do something else. And Aiko Reckoning, reading that Godlike have made a jump, they're already inside the compounds. They themselves jump on the tower, which earlier was commanded by Nightmare. And that could be a really good position, but Vasista Esports, they're still around the edges. We have to wait and watch if that's something that we need to be worried about. But for now, it's Insane who have to be worried about Autobots, because it seems like Autobots are answering back irrespective of the fight that Insane are trying to deal with.
Yeah, and at the same time, even Vasista Esports is on this periphery. All 3 of these teams need to get inside the circle. Hacker also taking pot shots at Tiger, but Patlu takes shots on Hacker instead. So that is just way too many knocks. But Insane Esports, using that 3v to its finest, managed to get the res onto Sallu and Hacker once again. And that's incredible. Unfortunately, SHUL get eliminated though, courtesy of Nightmare Esports. Rochak though, by courtesy of eliminating SHUL, has exposed his position in that sniper tower, and now both Reckoning and Godlike are focusing on him. Glue wall, melters, skylers, riptide, rhythm, everything except the kitchen sink being thrown at him, but Rochak still survives. But in this entire kerfuffle, Autobots make an early exit. They just couldn't handle the pressure of that periphery. And if Autobots are out, that means Vasista Esports are now in. And Reckoning recognized this. They stole the spot away from Godlike, and now they're stealing it away from Reckoning. Ninja tries to climb up, but he's gonna get shot down. Patlu from above drops down to the ground below, hoping to provide some cover fire to Yuno, but Yuno has been dressed. Stuffy ability active. They're making sure the nades can't harm them, but take a look at that dash from Vota. He might just turn the tide. Patlu in hot pursuit, going around. They both are just going ham at each other with their shotguns. M590 versus Drogon. But in the meantime, Tiger and Yuno have been dressed. So now Vota finds himself on a 1v4. The odds have been turned. The tables have been completely flipped. And Vasista Esports with 9 eliminations now control the entire western end of the circle. And they're going to use their grappling hooks to tear into the circle. Their next opponents might just be Godlike or Genesis, could be either.
They're taking Aerobots as well. They get a knock on it. They're looking forward to an elimination. Vasista Esports in an instant have turned around and to be the Mammoths here in Kalahari. They're taking on every team. What a move that they did. Decided to disengage from the fight between Insane as well as Autobots, and that eventually concluded. Kudos to Genesis helping it out. And now Vasista Esports finishing off Ico Reckoning have a major chunk at the edge of the circle, but they have to fight with two big names. Aerobots fighting for the #2 elimination lobby leader, that is Godlike, and this could be an opportunity. If they stage it, it could come to an opportunity. Right now at the 9th spot with total 41 points. I still feel like it's tough, but hey, this is Free Fire Max. You can do anything at any point. If you start getting all these eliminations with how many? 17 people surviving, -4, that is 13 in your name. This will instantly push you up.
Lucifer, take a look at the circle. This circle is moving in the direction of NG Pros. NG Pros are at 67 points. Nightmare Esports at 68 have already exited this game, which means if all these teams start moving towards NG Pros, they will have the chance to get a bunch of eliminations. Nopita has wiped the floor with Aerobots Esports, and Nopita with that triple elimination will rack up a bunch of points for Godlike. And now they make their move. They use the grappling hooks to cross the road, landing on top of Swaroop, but it's struggle. Manu and Anubhav, who are actually wiping the floor with Godlike Esports, they inadvertently save Swaroop from his doom. And now Nopita and Swaroop, while they're locked in a 1v1 against each other, Struggle is the one who might just have the last laugh. He gets the elimination onto Nopita with that freeze bomb, and Godlike Esports are out. NG Pros up at 13 will finally suffer one loss against Genesis, but the fallen player Manu will be revived instantly by Anubhav, and now it's a 4v4. Genesis might just have their first amazing game, might just have their first booyah, and NG Pros have already surpassed their competitors Nightmare Esports. No matter what happens in this game, whether or not they get the booyah, NG Pros have done enough to take that second spot. Now all they need to do is get that cherry on top of the cake, get that booyah, and secure enough points to skyrocket them into the top 2 for good. 4v4, Lucifer, take it away, because this is gonna be a tournament-defining fight.
NG Pros have already found the knock. Ayush is down. Anubhav running through for another. Itazo trying to save them, but Manu is always there to provide cover fire. Struggle finds the next. It's up to the one last man surviving in the vehicle, Zoeb, and Manu decides you're not steering this victory. This booyah in your favor. It is NG Pros. We want to be the ones with the ticket. He's going to be driving out of the lobby while NG Pros secure it, in it, and get a booyah to get that ticket closer.
13 eliminations before the final fight even begins. Add 4 to the tally, make it 17, and then the booyah. They are so close to a 30 bomber. Sam, we were worried about whether or not NG Pros can make it to the second spot. With this game, they might even overtake SHUL. That's how good of a game this was. Even they know it. You can see the sigh of relief that they're breathing. I mean, their faces were just so shriveled up, so tense in that final fight.
Man.
You could see the tension on their foreheads. They were like frowning over here. That's how stressed they were. And after that entire fight, you see the sigh of relief they breathe. You see their celebration. They know they've done enough to make it into the top 2. They know they've overtaken Nightmare Esports. Now all they need to do is hold their ground in the last game.
And as you mentioned, right, it's the cherry on top of the cake. That's what they got this. We spoke about it right before we started Kalahari. Get that buffer enough that even if God forsaken that you do not have a off game and you end up losing it, you still have some amount of buffer for qualification. And non-stop gaming right now seem like they've done it, and in what a fashion to do it, right? Thanks to that circle also being in their favor, they played it right as the circle was moving, made sure they did not allow any of the players, because you could see Vasista Esports, the first one who were trying to make that shift work in their favor, decided to jump, greeted by NG Pros, and then it was Godlike who tried to see like, oh wait, Vasista are making a move, let us also do that, and also greeted by NG Pros, and none of them allowed. And then Genesis in the mix of it, I really like of how they played as well, because you have to give it to them. All the 4 players survived, and they were the reasons coming in from that eastern end, denied Autobots, denied Insane Esports, and this ending one, Zoe, I know man, there's nothing he could have done, just sat inside, thought he could take the long road rather than an elimination, nothing else.
Yeah, he's like, if I die to the zone, I don't give away a point to NG Pros, and maybe that 1 point will make a massive difference. I mean, in this stage of the tournament, 1 point can actually make a difference. There was only 1 point separating these two teams, separating Nightmare Esports and NG Pros before that final battle. Now, obviously, the buffer will be much higher. But credit where it's due. Manu, one of the best snipers in the tournament. Cropsy, one of the best rushers in the tournament. With their skills combined and with the survivability of struggle and that well-timed chrono shield, I think NG Pros have done enough. Let's take a look at how many points they managed to earn from this one. One shy of a 30 bomb. 29 points is still damn impressive. Also, big kudos to Godlike Esports. 16 eliminations. Wow. These guys had an iron grip over that northern part of command post area.
Yeah, the Kalahari was a big game for Godlike Esports, and this is why we keep talking about Godlike Esports as they should try and take that power back in their name. Is they can do this. This is a well-known territory for them, but hey, I think they're just pulling this rubber band as long as possible, and it might break at a situation. In Godlike Esports, I hope they've thought about maybe a recouping strategy for it, but along with them we have to give it to Genesis Esports as well. We spoke about them, a nice game finally coming in from their end while they had that complete eastern end in their favor, kept fighting, denied teams versus the esports. A smart move from there, and once they understood that there's a lot of 3 teams on the eastern end of things, and then they started moving towards the top of command post at the north, and that worked out for their end. However, the other teams who did not make it through, get much points here, will be falling behind, as after this it's one last game, but we'll jump into the MVP. It's going to be struggle, and we've been seeing these support players in the previous map as well. We ended up seeing the support player helping out the team a lot. Shake it was, and right as now it's going to be struggle with that chrono that you mentioned towards the end. He has 3,300 damage coming in from his end with that AC-80. Tells you that this is the side of NG Pros that was missing, which was in week 2, finally showing up here in week 4.
Exactly, this is the level of performance we expected from NG Pros to begin with, and I'm finally glad that they are showing us their true colors, showing us exactly what they're made of. Normally, someone like Manu or Cropsy will end up taking away that MVP title, but now that Struggle has taken that MVP title, it kind of shows you that the entire team is stepping up and they're no longer relying on their 2 big guns to do all the heavy lifting. Anubhav also displaying that experience and living up to his name. It has done so much. Not a single slacker in this entire team. Almost everybody north of 2000 damage. Yes, sure, Cropsy has only 1500, but that's because he did not need to rush all that much. Manu and Struggle were wiping the floor with all their opponents from a distance. So Cropsy did not even need to do all that much. The only time I saw Cropsy make moves was when they were fighting against OnePlus Godsreign and Reckoning Esports. That's when these guys had to make a major difference. And even then, they knew when to call it quits. They knew when to fall back and not overextend. So very, very smart plays from Non-Stop Gaming overall.
NG Pros, you have to give it to them now. This competition even more worthwhile for here week 4 day 1, and I'm feeling like this last game that we have next year, and what a map to kind of conclude it on. But before we jump into the map itself, decide to decode it in what's what, we'll talk about the game summary with this damage amping up to 55,000, and that individually also seen by the players of NG Pros. A lot of glue walls being used, and yes, a lot of teams managed to survive individually. You even saw inside by a lot of glue walls from IQ IQ Reckoning. 77 big amount of eliminations with 102 knocks. Does mention that this was a very contesting game, and you kept mentioning about the revival, right? A lot of points given away for teams who wanted to make a comeback. But for some of them, like we mentioned and we saw, that was godlike. Maybe a little too late of that oomph and the pressure that they put up, a lot of points that they were able to grab. But fingers crossed, there's only one game upcoming, that's Nextera. And so far, the difference between all the second or the first or the third or the fifth was not 15 to 20 points. It was under 10 points and then going towards 15 crips. So there is still an opportunity for everybody.
There is still quite a lot of opportunities available, but NG Pros, by virtue of getting 29 in that last game, SHUL only got 4 points in Kalahari. So I think these guys must have overtaken them or something. But in Nextera, the one team that you need to look out for has to be Jaunty Gaming. They were undefeated in the class squad mode of Nextera. When I say undefeated, I don't mean winning all their matches. I mean not even losing a single round. That's how good Jaunty Gaming were in Nextera. Unfortunately, their position in the overall standing doesn't put them in a favorable spot. OnePlus God's Reign, they also have pretty good standing in Nextera, but they need to get into the top 5 first before they can even dream about getting inside the top 2. But for NG Pros, this is a real good opportunity. They know they are one of the best Nextera teams. 82 eliminations in the past for them, and they've already secured Booyahs on Nextera. All they need to do is have a decent enough game. They don't even need to outperform anyone, and then they should be good. And if you take a look at their drop spot as well, these guys can easily avoid aerobots by moving towards Twin Bridge or Mortar Ruins. SHUL 2, while they enjoy that top spot on the overall points table, they also enjoy the top spot in this map, aka Intellect Center.
I think this is going to come down to, based on the preferred drop spots, yes, we might end up seeing a couple of clashes between the teams. Nightmare and Genesis, like they would have wanted to go out on the sub. We did even see the fight, but Genesis decided to make a runaway, and that kind of worked out in their favor. Genesis ended up in the top 2 here in Kalahari, but going towards Nextera, we have to wait and see of what decisions they make. Finally, it feels like Genesis is able to make decisions that is going to be beneficial in their favor, where they'll be able to get a lot of booyahs, or at least a better positioning in terms of the fights that they're taking in. And so far, I think it was missing in week 3, day 2, when they jumped into action. But while we are talking about all of this, I think I go back to that buffer discussion that I brought in, is teams who managed to get points, like NG Pros, a big game coming in from their end. That buffer might come into play here, Crips. That might be just enough to save them the day, save them their hashtag 2 spots. And right as now, we've not seen the overall standings. So that is still a big question mark. So let's jump into the caster predictions and decide from there on, does this caster prediction also command of what can happen in hashtag 2? I've gone for OnePlus God's Reign. Again, their stats do speak for what they've done it, but unfortunately, that's not showing up on gameplay so far in recent terms. Nightmare, the only reason is because I did not put them in my hashtag 2 qualification. I predicted they might be pulling something interesting off, and so far they did it, but likely towards the end they're missing. And SHUL, you've already been seeing throughout the day, very consistent and wonderful stuff.
Yeah, SHUL also a pretty safe spot on the map of Nextera, especially since they land towards Intellect Center and they almost never lose their players over there. They've never lost a fight in Intellect Center, so they're a very reasonable choice to pick up in Nextera. I picked up Jaunty Gaming because I know they're the best Nextera team, but now given their overall standings, I'm like, yeah, even if they win Nextera, it probably will not matter. They are not even inside the top 10, so even if they win the Booyah with 20 eliminations or something, they won't be able to make it into the top 2. So now I'm kind of feeling, a little redundant about my choices over here. Godlike though, they have been a very elimination heavy team. They were elimination heavy in Kalahari as well. I expect them to continue doing so in Nextera as well. I've seen them win so many fights in Boxing Gym and Zipway. That entire region can be controlled by them. So that center of the map, once again, is Godlike's territory, just like Refinery is in Kalahari. Now, NG Pros, I've taken a bit of a risk with this one. I believe they're an elimination heavy team regardless of the map, but they don't always have a good time on Nextera. They have better maps, definitely. Maps like Purgatory, maps like Kalahari are way better for them compared to Nextera. Even Solara, for that matter, happens to be a good home ground for NG Pros. Nextera though, I'm only picking them because I expect them to go berserk because it's the last game. If Nextera was the fourth or the fifth map of the day, I probably wouldn't have picked them. But because it's the last game, and I know that NG Pros really put their foot on the gas in the last map, that's why I picked them over here.
I really like our caster predictions from both our ends. The first teams, right? OnePlus, Godsend and Jaunty Gaming. If you talk about them, drawing strings from them, both of them performed really well. But unfortunately, current situation is not the same. Nightmare and Godlike, right? Full on heavy in terms of eliminations, finding frags. They're going all out berserk, but still their qualification under threat. On the other end, the last two teams, NG Pros and SATUL, they've been doing just enough. They've been really well. They play really good. And SATUL finally understanding that, hey, there's a block missing. They've finally understood that the surge of that power block has to be from their end. And I think that was done by Revenant X-Park in week 3, day 2. That's very well played now in week 4, day 1 for SATUL. And if this continues for tomorrow, but thankfully tomorrow it's not just top 2, it's going to be top 6 teams. But I think that race is going to get tougher than this. Because here we were talking about teams should try to get their qualification done in this earlier top 2s, because then they'll not be in the mix of a big plethora of a cluster where fights are happening at all times. You're unable to predict what teams are doing, because at that time teams will be hungry. They'll be looking forward to doing anything that works. It worked in the previous game, let's do it again. It doesn't work, it's not working, let's do something else. And you can never predict what's going to happen.
Exactly. Especially when it's just top 2, the disparity between the top 2 teams and everybody else is quite large. I mean, just now you saw that only the teams between the second and third spot have like a 2-pointer difference. After that, there's 10-20 point differences between all those teams. And that is ridiculous, which becomes much harder to control when there's top 6 involved, because over there the point disparity can be even higher. So you never really know what to expect. At least when the top 2 spots are up for grabs, you can tell which team is going to play aggressively. You can tell which team will just hold back and just hang on to their spot, hang on to dear lives. So yeah, I do believe tomorrow's matches are going to be way more chaotic, even though there's more slots up for grabs.
I think as of now, as we were going to be jumping into next era very soon, it's the discussion of who is going to be qualifying. Now, yes, for everybody in the chat, everybody, for us as well here on the desk, we have confirmed in our minds that it is SATUL. You cannot take that away from them. Imagine 6 games, out of that 5 you've already been consistent, you've already been in the top 5. Maybe the last one did not work out really well as you would have wanted it to, but you still played for survival, got a couple of eliminations. You had a marvelous player making a getaway when nobody thought that would have been possible from Godlike's claws, and all of that, right? SATUL, you cannot deny them that they'll not qualify or somebody will take up their spot. But however, that hashtag 2 spot, still I feel like, even though I said this, that the buffer might come into play, right? Teams still have that chance to dethrone, right? It's about how you manage to play. Figure out where NG Pros or what is the jump. Now, this is something that we always kind of bring audience towards, and even the players themselves, because they are also doing this on the hindsight, right? They have their pen and paper ready, figuring out, did NG Pros make it? Have their points been enough? And are we safe? Can we keep rooting for them? And then eventually you'll understand that maybe they are. I'm just giving you guys hints. It's up to you whether you figure out if they're qualified, if they're safe or not. But you also have to shift your, I think, perspective to Nightmare and Aerobots, as well as one more team which was there with them, Godlike, who just had a big game. Now, is that enough? The last mile push that they did, was that going to be their last hurrah? If that is the case, then maybe there is an opportunity, but it's all about figuring out if they are going to be doing it here in next era. It has to be such a big game that Godlike were finding in eliminations that they have to find here in next era. Let's jump in and see if it is going to affect anybody. And the main thing is going to be deciding the hashtag 2, who gets it. I think the fight is from the right get-go.
Next era, the final map of the day. One last game remains in between these teams and 2 tickets to the grand finals in Lucknow. All of them better put their best foot forward. All of them better put on their fighting shoes, because this is about to turn into a spectacle. Deca Square contested by Basista Esports and Aerobots. I am to feel a little nervous for Aerobots. They have the potential. They stand at the 3rd spot, and if they play their cards right, they might just even make it. But Basista Esports, they are picking up a fight against Godlike as well, and this is ridiculous. This is a 3-team battle. This is way more than Aerobots could have handled. Yeah, this is an absolute all-out war from the side of Godlike Esports. They know they need a bunch of eliminations, so they are gonna make sure that they leave no stone unturned and hunt down these players like dogs. Tiger with that Thompson lays down some covering fire as he tries to retreat above, but then comes Hyper, free-firing on the staircase. It's all down to Swaroop. He's trying to get the revive onto Hyper using that blue wall as cover, but it's just very, very difficult. So Aleem tries to take that revival through the wall, but he can't succeed. Yogi finds him, and Godlike Esports are walking away with all these eliminations. And now they go in for the final push. It's just Swaroop. They know he's cornered. And Yogi finds the headshot on him. 3 eliminations to their name. Godlike have a good start.
It is all thanks to Aerobots. Aerobots should have been the ones who should have been giving the bad news. And now Godlike, they're going to feel powerful from here on, push it further. But Nightmare decide they want these eliminations and they grab 2. Eco and Nobita are down. Nightmare, they also know what a big opportunity it could be. But Yogi quickly going in for the vending machine, getting his player back online before the players of Nightmare are here. Radhe Thakur right in front of his screen. He gets the knock, but it was not enough to convert on the next player. Nancy quickly running with his creds that he has to revive Yogi back. And this is just a back and forth lobby on Nexter. And this is why we said this last game is going to be so ever crucial. And Nightmare, the reason they were taking that fight is that loss they had on Purgatory with 0 points is affecting them now. Otherwise, they would have been closer, just like NG Pros with that one big game that they did. Hashtag 2 seems to be theirs and they want to convert. And Nightmare, they're now running to see if they have a chance.
Nightmare Esports, they need those points. They were enjoying that second spot up until the last game, but with that booyah in Kalahari, Nightmare Esports might just have been overthrown. So they need to claim that spot back, and they will definitely be playing on the downfall of Godlike Esports as well. Meanwhile, towards Museum, you've got a rather insignificant fight over here between Insane Esports and Reckoning. Voda goes down. Hacker confirming that elimination. Reckoning Esports, they don't have too much to lose over here, but Team Insane have a lot to gain. Meanwhile, back to its place area. Take a look at the position by Jaunty Gaming. They've taken that high ground spot near the horde, but Nightmare Esports up close against NG Pros. Oh, this is gonna be a very important battle. And Anubhav Cropsy, they managed to get those 2 eliminations, so Nightmare Esports just keep suffering from drawback after drawback.
It would have been the best fight if they converted, and unfortunately they couldn't. All the 4 players could not make it through when they wanted. Jump pads being used, Arjun spotted. Radhe Thakur also making a run. NG Pros know they're contenders and that's why they're fighting for it. They're jumping, they've gotten closer, and Arjun and Radhe Thakur are stuck. I hope they had enough creds to revive their players. If they're unable to revive, then this game is done for Nightmare. They're no more on the chase. They're going to be chased out for tomorrow. Struggle making sure as he hears the footsteps, giving that information to his teammates. Another of his teammate is here up and ready for a fight, but gets a hit. What a shot coming in, and that's going to be Arjun. And he is crucial. This is the reason Arjun has been the talk of the town, and he's trying to deliver, secures the elimination. But it is also a fight with Genesis as well as SATUL, and SATUL, they are just looking forward to points right, left and center.
Exactly. I wouldn't even call this a fight for the side of SATUL, because SATUL are just taking low-risk battles and getting elimination points without even putting themselves in danger, so that's nice. Meanwhile, we already have some eliminations. Insane Esports and Vasista have both been eliminated, but the battle of Deca Square continues to rage on. At one point, this was a battle between Vasista, Nightmare and Godlike. Now this has turned into a battle between NG Pros and OnePlus God's Reign. I don't know if OnePlus God's Reign are aware about the people over here. They definitely came in here from Mudside knowing that there's some battles over here. They probably wanted to third party and get a couple of eliminations to their name as well, but they might just be a little too late to the party. SATUL though, leaving their comfort spots and now heading towards Godlike even further in the center of the circle. These guys are just towards the east of Zipway, and this is a pretty good spot to pick up a battle in. Oh no, but all their efforts will not be rewarded. They did manage to get the knock onto Yogi, but that frag was stolen away by Reckoning Esports. So now Arsh is furious. He says, how dare you steal my elimination points? I will reclaim them by getting the elimination on you. Nancy moving up close. He tries to go towards the vending machine, but he gets knocked down instead. Oh no, SHUL have stolen those frags away, back from Reckoning Esports again. And this is just daylight robbery everywhere.
Every team so far finding eliminations one after another. The entire feed lit up. But except for Insane Esports and Vasista Esports, all the teams are surviving. They're reviving the players one after another. Tobita revives one. Hyper spotted, but I don't know. There's nothing that I could say about Hyper. Alim also at a VS. Can't do anything. And with that, Aerobots will be eliminated, meaning the qualification is not going to happen today. I don't know what the thought for Aerobots was there. Taking a fight with Autobots and then reviving in that same place and dropping down. Just brought them down to the ground. They're lost. They're going to be looking forward to qualification tomorrow. On the other end, a team who are already running towards the grand finals, SHUL, understanding the lobby so well. And everybody had thoughts, what happened to SHUL? They've been ever so consistent from the start of the qualifiers, from week 3, day 1, putting up points on the board. And when actually it was time to strike that hammer, right? They strike it so hard that they're qualifying. There's no question at all about it.
Exactly, and they don't even have to wait for the iron to be hot so that they can swing that hammer. They blowtorch that iron, manufacture the opportunity for themselves, and take it. They have to take it by force, and they do it. 9 eliminations for SHUL already. Keep in mind that if they eliminate Godlike, one of their biggest competitors are out. Then the only threat they have to deal with is Nightmare and NG Pros. So far though, Godlike seems to be winning this bout. Marvel and Arjun down on their knees. Arjun, he's actually getting into a fight against 1+ God's Reign, so that's a completely different battle. Nightmare Esports are an important team over here, and SHUL do need people about them. But for now, Shanku just needs to stay alive. He needs to get out of here. Damage dealt by Yogi. And this is just gonna be a desperate attempt for the IGL of Godlike Esports to eliminate one of the biggest competitors in the lobby. If Shanku dies over here, this could be the end. SHUL now down to just one player. But X-Divine, he's hiding in a lovely spot and he gets the revive onto Marvel the moment he gets an opportunity. Jaunty Gaming though, they've been on top of this hoarding since a very long time, and now they must leverage it to get the eliminations onto NG Pros. But rushing Cropsy up close inside that house is a suicide attempt, and Cropsy will prove it time and time again. He gets the elimination onto Jarvis, and he should be well enough in position to get the res onto his former teammate as well. Anubhav still bleeding out. Cropsy needs to make sure that he avoids the flame damage, but Kunal is knocking on the doors. He pre-fires! Cropsy connects again! And that's the execution! Meanwhile, oh my god, wait a second, what just happened? Elsewhere, Godlike Esports just got eliminated. How? That's a big loss.
Ico Reckoning, they jump towards Intellect Center, the previously owned possession by Ico Reckoning, and that's what I was wondering, where is Ico Reckoning in all the mix? They were the ones who had Intellect Center. They moved towards another team for a fight, a couple of eliminations, I think Insane, and then moved out. Then we ended up seeing Godlike in, and SHUL chase them down. SHUL make a getaway, and Godlike gets stuck over there, and Ico Reckoning make a jump. Now they've even activated a hit list, and SHUL players, they have to make sure that they make a runaway, otherwise Ico Reckoning in the chase that they are doing right now could be problem. But hey, as we said, SHUL, it's a problem of getting eliminated here in Nextera, but not of the competition and not missing out on the ticket. However, an opportunity for NG Pros, and they're striking hard for points. They're not letting any team push against them. Jaunty Gaming, this fight was ongoing. Somehow Jaunty Gaming bought all their players back up for a fight, and it's going to be Cropsy this time going down. Seems like struggle decided already that Jaunty Gaming seem to have better forces of a fight here. Let's take a D route, and from there on they're going to move ahead, and NG Pros, they suffer a couple of losses but will be still in action at Nextera.
Yeah, they are still 4-man strong. Instantly managed to get that out onto Cropsy the moment he went down. And they've got Deca Square to their name, right? So they go outside the zone to get the res onto Cropsy. And you might as well, you know, bring the king back in the lobby. He is the damage king with 3,900 damage already. We are in the third circle, and we already have a player on the verge of crossing the 4k damage mark. If NG Pros win this game, I'm pretty sure Cropsy will cross the 5,000 damage mark, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. Right now, Genesis Esports in plenty of danger as Autobots are pushing them on the edge of elimination, and they just give them a slight little nudge. Just like gravity, Genesis Esports continue free-falling through the lobby and landing straight at rock bottom, the fall killing them. Nightmare Esports though, this is their chance to reclaim their spot, to get that second spot again. And who better to use that violence against if not Autobots? They might as well use this time to get that elimination. But Reckoning Esports are also coming in over here. So take a look at that sneaky exit. Nightmare Esports is going to the tiny shed and let Reckoning do all the dirty work for them. Sohan with the double elimination gets Sohail and Mysterious down. A triple for Sohan. This guy's berserk. Water with the final shot, and that's the end of Autobots. I really would have expected Nightmare Esports to jump in right now and get the fights against Reckoning Esports again. But Reckoning Esports don't need to reset at all. They are as healthy as a clam and as happy as a clam. They do not need any reset. So Nightmare Esports will have to pick another opportunity to fight. They have just been denied their crucial elimination points.
Yeah, after seeing that fight conclude, Nightmare, they decide that we do not want a piece of it, but Reckoning, they do not give that opportunity. They have no choices. Nightmare have to fight with Aiku Reckoning. Ninja has got them cornered on one opening, on the other his teammates are pushing, and Sohan just landing that M590 shots like it's nothing and vanishes that whole team. Sohan individually eliminated the whole squad while his teammates were around. Aiku Reckoning, this is the warning coming in that they are going to be the first team that they would want to get that golden ticket. Yes, not today, but if they'd done it today, they still had an opportunity. But this is a scary scene of Aiku Reckoning that I'm seeing propping up tomorrow if this continues.
Who is this guy? Which side of the bed did Sohan wake up on? I have never seen him get more than a double elimination, and now he's pulling off squad wipes back to back. Triple elimination against Autobots, and then the whole squad wipe onto Nightmare Esports, the team who's been on a roll today. Oh my god, this guy knows how to gather momentum and then snowball it even further. I'm scared. I am literally shaking right now in my boots, and I'm not even wearing boots. That's how ironic it is. That's how powerful that performance was. Let's hope that Reckoning Esports can continue this reign of terror, because it's gonna keep some big names like SAT well in check. And NG Pros also need to be kept in check. Right now, these two teams have the best chance of qualifying, especially since Aerobots and Godlike are out of this lobby.
Plus God's Reign. Team to watch out for here in Next Era. Can they find a lot more? Ursh cornered at that bus, slowly trying to move forward, but 1+ God's Reign. Have him in sight, have him in information, and now have him in elimination. But while this was happening, Jaunty Gaming, they are able to hold off the NG Pros push, and that's being used by 1+ God's Reign. They are making sure they climb up the ladder. That has happened. They grab that elimination. Anshu trying his best to grab a knock, and that elimination gets it on struggle. And it's just an all-out brawl, while 1+ God's Reign managed to get majority of that in their favor on NG Pros with the help of Jaunty Gaming. And NG Pros suffer elimination.
Now this is 1+ God's Reign game to lose. They've got the edge over Jaunty Gaming. They're trying to push them out of the zone. Anshu connects that lovely shot, but Roneth did yet another big nade. Oh my god, Roneth has to be the MVP of this game. 10 frags for this man. The first nade that he threw eliminated all of SAQL, and now he eliminates Jaunty Gaming as well. What on earth are those nades made of? What on earth did Reckoning have for supper before this game? Sohan pulling off squad wipes with just his shotgun. Roneth pulling off squad wipes with just his nades. These two players have stepped up above and beyond.
Unable to comprehend this. I mean, towards the end, while the fight started out with guns, with Sohan and his teammates finding frags, just like what Godlike did in Kalahari, them being the elimination leader, and now Aiku Reckoning, they were the elimination leaders. They were wiping team squads like they were nothing in front of them. And towards the end, I don't know what happened to Roneth. he was throwing those nades like marbles. It was just a child's play for him, and that's how he was just tossing it around. He was the reason the last player of SATL got eliminated. He was the reason NG Pros also had trouble. John T Gaming had trouble, and eventually the full-on wipe and get the booyah. This man just was like throwing nades like they were chocolates, a candy, whatever you would want to call it. And that's a booyah for Ico Reckoning. And I'm worried this is the way to end the show. Ico Reckoning, and we are going to expect like this to start tomorrow.
Exactly. And you know what the best part is? Ronit's performance was not even the most impressive part of IQ Reckoning's gameplay today. Sohan with those squad vibes with the shotgun, and he's just spinning around in spot and just pre-firing across those glue walls so well. I want to see a replay of all of this again, because those nades were lethal. Take a look at this. Kaushik on the lower floor manages to secure that entire floor for himself, right? Anshu doing really well against Jarvis, and John T Gaming is on the verge of elimination, and now the nade goes in. 3, 2, 1, boom. That's Ginotra down. One more in the mix. That's some freeze bombs over there. So he's locked down this entire window. Now you can't jump out. And then the final nades finish off the last member of John T Gaming. And we didn't even catch the big nades, you know, the ones that resulted in NG Pros getting squad wiped, the one that resulted in SHUL getting destroyed. We didn't even catch that in the replay. That's how devastating
we caught one of one plus God's Reign.
Yeah, but that's how you know that those frags were so brutal that they can't even be on YouTube.
I think this was unfortunate for OnePlus God's Reign. Irrespective whether I say about NG Pros or John T Gaming, both are on two extremes. OnePlus God's Reign, a team I thought could get the booyah here, and yes, I had them on the prediction, maybe a little favoring on that direction that I had them, maybe would have wanted to see that booyah, but I think I like this even better. 36 total points. 36! In a game where they didn't have anything raking up to a qualification, and they pull out a 36 bomber.
Hey, I mean, if you're not gonna make it, if you're just gonna get eliminated today or, you know, forced to fight for your life tomorrow, you might as well go down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah.
And my goodness, IQ Reckoning, they don't just go down in a blaze of glory, they set the entire lobby ablaze. They turn it into the first circle of hell. And they rain destruction and hellfire upon everyone. 36 points. I want to see if their efforts were futile. I want to see if all of this was in vain. Because the chances of them getting into the top 2 are very less. But right now, you need to know that SHUL, NG Pros, and Nightmare Esports are still in the running for that top 2. Who's gonna make it, ladies and gentlemen? Let's take a look at the overall standings and figure out which 2 teams will punch their tickets to Lucknow. It's SHUL and NG Pros.
Congratulations to these 2 teams who make it. NG Pros, a team which everybody thought should have made it in week 3 day 1 itself, but they do finally make it, and in a fashion that now everybody says they might be ready for every competition coming through. But SATL, while there was a lot of questions risen when their performance completely toppled down, and eventually I think SATL took those steps, right, for success, they decided, hey, let's take it slow, one after another, build that momentum back again, and what a way to strike here in week 4 day 1's performance. And a team unquestionably, right from the initial 2 games, it was called for that they would qualify. However, IQ Reckoning, they do have 2 booyahs. They got one in Solara today to start the game off, but unfortunately they did not continue the spree of points which they should have. If they did, the point difference of 15, if it was covered in either Bermuda, Purgatory or Kalahari, I think, Crips, we would have seen IQ Reckoning putting up a closer and a tougher fight with NG Pros. But however, I feel like Nightmare again will feel a tad bit dejected. That one game of Purgatory, they go out with 0 points, becomes the reason of a loss, and also their qualification is out at stake.
Exactly. I mean, they tried really hard to cover it up in Kalahari and Nextera, but they were just simply denied the opportunity. It's like they had a target painted on their back, and whenever they tried to make moves in Kalahari, they were completely shut down, and they were forced to hide back inside their cover and just act like a turtle which doesn't go fast enough. NG Pros, on the other hand, were more like the tortoise, were more like the rabbit, sorry, because they were just hopping into the zone and hopping all over their opponents, stomping them in the process. IQ Reckoning, I do feel bad for them, I really do. 2 booyahs, 80 points, and still no qualification. That's gonna be heartbreaking. But while it is heartbreaking, Ronit can at least revel in the fact that he's the MVP of this game. 11 eliminations to his name, 4,518 damage. And if there's ever been a nader who's had such an impact performance, it has to be Ronit. I don't think anybody else in this entire category of naders has had such a breakout game in the entire league stage.
I think Ronit even found a full-on team wipe with a nade. I'll confirm this and then we'll talk about it tomorrow, because OnePlus God's Reign, while they were pushing NG Pros from getting closer and not allowing Jaunty Gaming getting closer, Ronit was nading right behind them, and from there on, OnePlus God's Reign got eliminated. Let's quickly talk about his teammates as well. I think finally the performance that we kind of want to see, and Wata delivering it for his teammates, and that coming into play. Ninja as well. I think that sniper that we were always talking about, somewhere not ready for action, finally that also was seen today from IQ Reckoning in the past few games. And Sohan, I think unquestionable, undoubtedly, in this map alone, in this game alone, you cannot say you did not see Sohan, because he was the one, he was the star eliminator, finding everything. If it was not for him, I think I don't know who you were watching.
Exactly, man. I still feel like Sohan is very deserving of the MVP title, because pulling off that squad wipe with a shotgun is way harder than pulling it off with a nade. So yeah, credit where it's due. Sohan also had some incredible performances. Let's take a look at that damage. Sohan with 3,100. Are you serious? 8 eliminations. I think he's just had the game of his career, man. This has to be one of the best performances from all the members of Reckoning Esports. And generally we speak about Vota, generally we speak about Ninja. These two are the two guys who come to your mind whenever you think about Reckoning Esports. But today Ronit and Sohan proved that they aren't to be scoffed at. You can't ignore them. They cannot be denied.
And I think eventually when we had a lot of doubts on IQ Reckoning, Ronit was always there. He was pulling up the socks, finding some kind of eliminations, helping his teammates out, looking forward to pushing their team around that finishing line. But what a way to push it against all other teams in this last game, to a total of 87 eliminations, and with a damage soaring high about any Alps that you can think about, 60,000. Yes, in the online qualifiers we've seen a lot more happening, but in a competition, in a lobby where qualification is under threat, there's a fight like this with so much damage, so many eliminations and knocks, and on top of it the glue was destroyed.
Yep, I think this is the perfect way to end the day. You have to end the day on a high note, and a game which has an overall total damage of 60,000 has to be that nail-biting, sweaty game which we all wanted to see. I am thoroughly satisfied with this match, Lucifer. I am also very happy to see the two teams that have qualified, because they definitely deserved it. This day was the day everybody's mettle was tested. This was the day where they were all tossed into the lava, and only the few people who deserve those spots came through without getting harmed or burnt.
With NG Pros and SATUL stepping in, congratulations, you've made it to the top 6. But here's the bigger question, Crips. Tomorrow, we are going to be, getting another 6 tickets for the best 6 teams. But there's a problem here. Teams who are still fighting and playing with us, and tomorrow we'll have the 12 lot, they have to understand, no more it's about qualification. There is elimination under threat as well. Meaning if you don't qualify tomorrow, there is no more chances. There's no week 5, there's no week 6. It is the last day. Do or die is your situation tomorrow. And I think teams who should have qualified right from day 1 of our week 3, or even today, are now under big problems, because tomorrow, as I said, everybody is going to do and think of whatever they can. Imagine, we'll contest the drop spot. They'll go for it. And if that works out, you're a team that gets eliminated. And imagine just one game here for Nightmare went off, and that becomes the reason that NG Pros instantly jump up. That could be one of the big names tomorrow. And there are a lot of big names under question like that.
Exactly. All the teams who are playing tomorrow will have to put their best foot forward. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the teams that are playing tomorrow. Because 2 teams made it to the grand finals today, 2 new teams will be joining us tomorrow, and these 2 teams will be at a bit of a disadvantage because they haven't really been playing in the last few weeks. NG Silver Eagle and Team Hind have not had the chance to play in these last few days, so they will be kinda lacking practice. but at the same time they get to watch all their matches, so they also get to do their homework on all the other teams that they will be facing tomorrow.
Their homework has to be like on point. Every question has to have a full-on mark answer. It cannot be -1 or -2 because they have no more days left. Tomorrow is the only day and it's going to be a tough one for them. But with that, we spoke about the big names, the big wigs, godlike a team. Everybody thought that could have not at all managed to make it here. They make it only directly into the grand finals right at week 3 start. They're the only team who had the grand finals written in their fate, are still fighting here in week 4. If they don't make it out, that's going to be a big upset. Another team in that fray is going to be OnePlus Gods, and everybody thought that their firepower that they saw in the online qualifiers should be qualifying. And one of the most surprising that I'm still seeing them here, and with a question mark of a performance, is IQ Reckoning. But that question mark has been wiped clean by the end game that they just played right as of now. And along that lines, there is that one team, and we've been speaking about this last hurrah that I've been kind of slightly hinting on, is Vasista Esports. That team, whenever there is that qualification that they hear, right, this is the last few games for it, that team is on a wildfire. Their chase becomes unbelievably large, and every team who's thinking that we are qualified, they make a jump in and it's done for. And that is another team along with Vasista is going to be Genesis. Be worried about that.
Exactly. I mean, I'm so glad you brought up Vasista Esports, because even to get into the league stage, they managed to make that last moment entry. They stole those spots away. And yeah, every team will need to be extremely careful about Vasista Esports, because it's the sleeper teams. It's the teams you kind of ignore at the beginning, which end up becoming a big problem for you later on. And so far, some of the big names like Godlike, even IQ Reckoning for that matter, teams that we know are good teams, have been undermined by these underdogs. So you never really know what's gonna happen. Tomorrow is gonna be a massive roller coaster ride, full of suspense, full of thrill. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow and find out who the 6 teams are that will be joining us in the TEZ FFMIC India Cup LAN Finals in Lucknow. Ladies and gentlemen, you better subscribe to this channel and put an alarm on your phone or something. Set a reminder to tune in and watch this show again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from our side today. Make sure to come in tomorrow. See ya.